Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis. Own the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. We head to the Pacific Northwest this afternoon as the Mariners host the Guardians at T-Mobile Park. These two sides will meet 7 times in the next 11 days. And I get to be meeting with my girl, LG, Lauren Gardner. I'm Sierra Santos. This is actually a really exciting matchup because if the regular season ended today, Cleveland would be the number 3 seed hosting Seattle, the number 6 seed in the AL Wild Card Series. And the Guardians have been so hot lately, climbing to the very top of the Central.
Yeah, they really have. It's been such a fun story. In my opinion, the biggest surprise of the season is what the Cleveland Guardians are doing. Going into the season, I thought it was going to be the White Sox at the top of the division. Maybe the Twins were going to be doing something. Obviously, they've underperformed, and here have come the Guardians. They've won 12 of their last 16, 2.08 ERA over that span. And, of course, now they have Tristan McKenzie going today. This is going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. Let's get to some things to know about MLB's Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming all over the globe, and the best part is it's free. After today, we will only have 2 more games during the regular season. Be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans that enjoy our MLB content. Click the bell icon to receive notifications on upcoming games, and YouTube TV subscribers can stream live in an MLB pop-up channel as well as in 4K for 4K plus subscribers. Now, before we get to you set for today's matchup in Seattle, let's take a look at what happened for both Cleveland and Seattle last night.
2 down, here's Jose Ramirez. Oh, Jose, did you get it all, though? Back to the wall, Profar. He'll watch it sail out of here. And the Guardians will play from in front. Home run number 24 for Jose Ramirez and RBI number 101.
1-0 Guardians in the 4th. Jose Ramirez leading off against Blake Snell.
That's clubbed. Deep left center field. It's in the alley, and it is out of here.
He's done it again, and it's 2-0 Guardians. And that'll bring up Oscar Gonzalez.
Another one. Deep down the line. Look out, folks. Back-to-back jacks here in the 4th, and it's 3-0 Cleveland. Bases loaded with only 1 out. It's Stephen Kwan coming to the plate. Half swing down the line. It's a fair ball. Miller scores. Here comes Luke Maile. Throw to the plate, not in time. Stephen Kwan drives in 2 with a little half swing flare in the left field.
Bases loaded, 2 down, 7th inning. 7-0 Cleveland. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase down and away. Quantrill will be done for the day with 7 shutout innings.
So now the Nationals have 2 on with 1 away. And the batter is our good friend Nelson Cruz.
Cruz gets a fastball that he takes up the middle. They're going to send Joey Meneses. Gary DiSarcina waving him around. And after the strikeout, bang, bang, bang. And the Nats are on the board early.
2 down, and the batter will be Julio Rodriguez. Julio for 3 on the day. 19 home runs and 63 runs batted in.
Julio, a deep blast. Left center.
So 2 outs for the Nationals here in the top of the 9th inning. And that'll bring up Vargas, who is 1 for 3 on the day.
Hit in the air to deep right. Back goes Haniger way back to the warning track. He leaps and bang, zoom. Ildemaro Vargas with a 2-run homer to give the Nationals the lead.
The Mariners have runners on at first and third with 2 outs. And here comes Cal Raleigh with a chance to win it with 1 swing of the bat.
And the first pitch hit well to center. Victor Robles battling the sun. He's got it. And so do the Nats.
Hey, listen, disappointing loss there for the M's, but they have a chance to turn it around. Shane Bieber out there, a man of the people, a lot of Guardians fans out there in the the Emerald City. Beautiful afternoon as we're getting set for this one. Bieber's going tomorrow against Logan Gilbert. That's going to be impressive. Here's a quick look at the lineup here. J-Rod, became the first Mariner. You just saw that since Mike Cameron to reach the 2020 club on Wednesday. He'll be leading off, playing center. Jesse Winker there in the 2 spot, playing left field. Mitch Haniger there in the 3 spot, which he'll be playing right field. And, of course, Eugenio Suarez playing third, batting cleanup. 151 home runs is the most in MLB since 2018.
As for the Guardians, Stephen Kwan leading off. He's hitting .328 in his last 57 games. Ahmed Rosario batting second. His 95 hits since June 1st is actually second in all of baseball. And Jose Ramirez in the 3-hole, his 103 RBI trail only. Aaron Judge for the AL lead. Judge, by the way, he's got 105. So he could potentially catch him today. Now let's get it out to the guys with the call of the game, Scott Braun and Yonder Alonso.
Isn't this just the best? Don't you love being in Seattle? The weather's perfect. Even like the little things you say. I love the colors all around the ballpark.
I love the colors. I love these two teams. I love the weather. It's going to be a pretty rocking house today.
It is. I agree. And also, they haven't faced each other. And these are two really good ball clubs with interesting storylines. Of course, with the Mariners haven't been to the postseason in forever. And then the Guardians, I think, still are not being talked about enough. And they're leading the division by 4 games.
And you know what? If the season ended today, these are the teams that will go against each other. Look, I think when you look at the Guardians, obviously they don't strike out. They're kind of that pest of a team. They're a grinding team, and like Tito Francona says, they're kind of that old school type of team where they make you work for your runs, they make you work for your outs. This is just going to be an all-around great game. A
great example of that, Stephen Kwan, who's going to lead off for the Guardians. He's going to be mic'd up. We're talking to Shane Bieber and George Kirby during this game, and then Tristan McKenzie is on another level right now, coming off a career high 14 strikeouts. So I'm telling you might see some swing and miss on the Seattle side.
He's got a really good curveball, probably the best curveball in the league. But like Tito said as well during the meetings, he's got that curveball, he's got that good slider, and a really good fastball that he complements with it. I think the hitters for the Seattle Mariners have their hands tied up.
Yeah, with someone like him for sure. They also have been a bit unlucky, Scott Service told us lately. He's big on BABIP, and we can talk about that during the game. But he said, hey, I like the process right now. Let's stick to what we're doing. The bullpen for the Mariners is ridiculous too. Yeah, which means
firefighters. So when things are kind of nasty, you bring in a guy like Munoz. The firefighters come into town. He's going to shut the door.
I hope that he comes into the game because they put on a show and it's very new, and I think the world needs to see it. And lastly, if this happens to go 20 innings, which really doesn't happen anymore, then we'll just stick around for the weekend concert.
Might as well.
Yeah.
What is it? 6:30
start. It's across the way. It's not in this ballpark. Across the way though, but that's why there's an early start today.
All right, I'm in. And it's Ichiro weekend.
Yeah, can't forget about that. We are here at the perfect time, okay? We're done. See you soon.
Wait, Ichiro and the weekend? I want to go to Seattle.
I know.
Okay, well,
they got the good assignment.
I know. We're here at studio, which is also great.
No, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, we love it. We're so happy. Let's take a look here at the poll question for today. Tristan McKenzie has only allowed 34 hits in his last 7 starts. They were talking about how this dude has shoved lately. How many will he allow today?
I'm interested to hear what people think on this
2, 3,
one.
4, 5 to 6, more than 6? I don't know. That's a tough one.
All right, well, after the break, we are joined by Mariners reliever Paul Sewald. We'll ask the Las Vegas native if he sees a future MLB team in the Sin City, and you're going to want to see his favorite YouTube video. It's good stuff.
Hey, baseball fans. Live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis. Own the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. We now welcome in Mariners reliever Paul Sewald. First of all, thanks for joining us, my friend. Now, you're from Vegas. Obviously, you played in New York and now Seattle. What's your favorite thing about the cities that you spent time in most?
You know, just some great food. I think we had great food, and obviously great food in New York, great food here in Seattle. I think I've been pretty spoiled with that. I think that's probably my favorite thing in every city.
Is there a particular dish that we have to check out?
Ooh, I mean, this is Pacific Northwest. It's all about their salmon. So if you can get fresh salmon here, it's pretty good, just about anywhere.
The fact that you have clam chowder at the ballpark is what does it for me. Okay, so have you had
T-Mobile Park is ridiculous. They have it all here.
It's the best. They have a wine tasting room.
What?
Oh my gosh, girl. Okay,
I need to go. And yes, I want to go, and I want to try the crickets. Did you try the crickets?
I have never tried the crickets. I'm probably out on the crickets, but literally anything else here at the park I could probably have.
All right, talking about Vegas, a lot of baseball talent has come out of Sin City, and there's been talk of a major league team eventually calling it home. I was out at the Aviators Park a couple weeks ago. I was so impressed by it. The setup is amazing. But as a native, would you like to have Major League Baseball put a team in Vegas?
I mean, if I get to play at home, that would be pretty darn nice.
Right?
I sure wouldn't be disappointed about that. No, I think it's whatever's best for Major League Baseball. You know, I know there's a lot of stuff going back and forth with Oakland, and you know, hopefully we just figure everything out, and then, you know, expansion would be great for Major League Baseball. I think it'd be great if we get to 32 teams. I think it'd be even better. Even better, you have bigger fan bases for everywhere, and, you know, that would be pretty darn fun to have a Vegas baseball team. A lot of us grew up, you know, cheering for different teams, but it'd be pretty fun to have a hometown team.
That was such a diplomatic answer. You're destined to work in a front office one day, Paul. Real quick, a fun spin on this question. What would you name a team in Vegas?
Oh, man, there's just so many, like, gosh, I think you'd have to do something like blackjacks, something like that, to make sure we get the, you know, we're not naive to the fact that we have a few casinos down on the strip that represent our city.
I think the Aces is already taken, right? Is that the Reno Aces?
Yeah.
Yes, that's our women's basketball team.
Oh, amazing.
No, that's our women's basketball team, and our WNBA team's the Las Vegas Aces.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Playoff team, #1 seed.
Wow, I see. I love the shout out to the Aces there. Okay, so
Absolutely, anything Vegas.
I love that. Yeah, you're obviously a diehard Vegas fan. All things Vegas, we're all in on, of course. So we did a deep dive in your social media. We found that you're racing enthusiast. So how much of a gearhead are you, and what type of racing are you following?
I'm not at all. Of course, that's the one picture you found for my social media. And we took my dad for his 60th birthday, my brother and I, when we went and raced some Porsches and Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and that sort of stuff. And I made a joke about watches Formula One once. And then, you know, my aunt and uncle and my cousin are actually very big Formula One fans. And my cousin wrote on there, like, that's not even the car they drive in Formula One. So then I got called out by my family. So I don't know anything about it. I just tried to make a joke, and they got called out by family. But that's what family's for.
It certainly is, but you know what? The picture was a good flex.
The picture was really smooth. All right, and talking about
the car was pretty cool.
Yeah, your daughter just turned 1 year old, so happy birthday to her. But what's it been like balancing baseball and being a father?
Oh, it's the best kind of balance. No matter what happens at the park, I can go home and I have Chloe and Molly there, and you know, whether it's a good day or a bad day, it doesn't matter. I get to be dad, and that's the most important thing, and it's pretty nice. I love it.
Family first. We saw she had cake all over her face. It was such a sweet picture.
Yes, she just dove right in. She takes everything with her hands and then puts it to her mouth, so that's kind of what we expected. This moment, she just dove right in. So it was pretty good. It was pretty funny.
Oh, it's so adorable. Now, I'm sure you're using YouTube to search all things parenting, but aside from that, what's your favorite search?
So I have this video that I really, really like. It's a cat. It's like a cat jumping off of a balcony to AWOL Nation's sail. It's a... Oh, so you guys had it. There it is.
Oh, we have it queued up for you.
Every time I watch this, I crack up laughing. Everything about this is perfect. It gets me every time. Every time. It's so good.
Do you have a cat?
No. So it's not. I'm not really a cat person. It's just that video gets me every time. I can't help it.
It's so amazing and so random. Have you shown any of your teammates?
No, maybe we need to get it up in the TVs in the clubhouse, though. Maybe we'll talk. Maybe if we win today, maybe we'll get it up in the TVs tomorrow for the night game.
Yeah, I love that. I think you should make that a YouTube short and just go around the clubhouse and see what the reaction is. Or you're right, that could be the new video that you guys celebrate to after a big win.
Everyone just jumps up and spreads their arms and legs. Perfect set.
I think that's the new home run celebration.
We'll know exactly where it came from when we see that go down.
Yeah, if Julio goes deep today and he does that, you know who told him to do it before the game.
All right, Paul. Well, thank you so much for your time, and have a great game today, and we'll check in with you later.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
So now for our creator spotlight. We have a good one lined up for you here this week. Yes, it's Adam Jackson, and he is the creator of 5 Points videos. So it's basically sports facts, bad jokes, which I'm here for. 30 dad jokes in there. Go ahead, throw them out at us. Adam, refreshing look at information you didn't know you needed. Favorite team is the New York Mets. This is a fun season for you, my friend. And his favorite MLB moment is playing an Appalachian League team with other YouTubers in a baseball game. We're going to get to that in just a second as we welcome Adam in. I mean, the fact that he even pulled it off is impressive in and of itself. Just tell us about how you started 5 Point videos and just the content on your channel.
Yeah, I originally started out as a gaming channel, and then I quickly realized, like, nobody wants to watch an old guy playing video games. And so I figured out I was better at expunging useless sports information, and it's been about 10 years now. It'll be 10 years next year that I've been on YouTube. So it definitely looks a lot easier than it is, a lot of hard work, a lot of grinding, but I'm happy to be here now.
You're almost at your anniversary. Congrats. And we came across some baseball videos on your page that we have to discuss. Let's start with the weird baseball fields. How did you come up with this idea, and what did you learn?
So I was on Twitter one day, and people started posting weird baseball fields, and then I found this Reddit that just had hundreds of weird baseball fields, and I started diving deep into them. And there is just no limit to how weird a baseball field can get. Because a football field, it's standard. It's 120 yards, you know, it's always 50 yards wide. A baseball field can be anything. I found fields with trees in center field, hills. There's one, the last one that you kind of saw pop up there. The porch is 110 in right. So it's actually longer than Yankee Stadium. So, yeah, there's just endless amounts of weird dimensions, and it's one of the most fun I've ever had putting together a video, for sure.
That's fascinating. I love the outline and then just the dimensions. In your opinion, what's the weirdest field you've ever laid your eyes on?
There's one that had a goalpost on second base. So I'm sure that they removed it during play, but it's really fun to go into, say, Google Earth and find the field and see it in its state that it's in Google, and just imagine them trying to play a game and someone sliding into a goalpost at second base.
I feel like they could get creative with that, and play, right? Of course they could. You also have a video on why nobody can hit the warehouse at Camden Yards. Did you get the answer to this question?
I did. It took a lot of research. You know, I did a lot of math. I determined exactly how far away the warehouse is, and the answer is it's really, really far away. In fact,
it looks so close.
It does, but that's because of forced perspective. It looks like it's on top of the fence. It's actually 430 feet away from home plate. Then it's up 30 feet, so you really have to hit it about 460, 470 right down the line to hit it, and I just don't think it'll happen until O'Neal Cruz plays there next.
Oh my gosh, that ball last night was insane.
I feel like Adam's giving Sarah Langs a little bit of run for her money.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
He just dropped some knowledge.
Yeah, good info. Okay, so you recently were on a mission to put together a team of YouTubers to play baseball. against real competition. Okay, why did you want to do this? And I gotta know, like, how'd it go?
I'm laughing with you, by the way, not at you.
I appreciate it. Well, I love baseball. It's my first love. I think the closer you can get to the game at any age, you should. I think if you love baseball, go out and play today. You know, like, go throw a baseball, go hit a baseball, go to the cage. And so I just had this idea. I was like, you know what?
Slag piece.
Yeah, I'm 45 years old. I haven't played since I was 18. You can do the math. And I was like, I want to play a minor league team in baseball with my friends. And the Burlington Sock Puppets actually agreed to play us. They're an MLB affiliated Appalachian League team.
Wow.
And the next thing I knew, I was like, uh-oh, I got to get in playing shape. And I only had 3 months, and we went out there, and we had a blast. I struck out on 3 pitches. We actually played another team 2 days later, the Disco Turkeys. And
These names are phenomenal.
I know. It's a great... I barreled a 90-mile-an-hour fastball the second game, but it went foul.
Oh,
so,
how good did it feel coming off the bat, though?
Oh, my gosh. It felt like a long-lost friend after 25 years.
Oh,
like,
that was a sweet answer.
So solid, like, and then it just went foul, and I was like, that's life. But the Sock Puppets are going to play us next year, and everyone's invited. Hopefully, you guys can cover it if you want. Come on down to Burlington. We're playing them again next year in June.
Yeah, we're going to bring this show on the road. I got to ask, though, like, if you're okay with saying it, what was the final score?
It was 12-0 them.
Okay.
It was
feel
only
like it could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
So actually, our starter, King of JUCO, he played in the minors. So we got through 2 innings. Like,
you had a little bit of a ringer
well.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got some ringers coming next year. We're coming for it. The goal next year is to win. It's not just to play.
I feel like you guys should get in the mix with the Savannah Bananas.
I asked them, and they said no.
Oh.
So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe you can put in a good word.
Maybe we can pull some strings.
Yeah, we have a guy who used to work here that's now pretty high up with that team. I can't believe we're ending on this note, but I have to ask, obviously, I mentioned off the top that you are a Mets fan. Let's talk about that Subway Series. How are you feeling afterwards?
Man, way to bring the show
just
down.
Like dagger right to the heart. I was like, hey, we're friends, Adam. And then, yeah, that's how we're ending it. I'm sorry, but we got to ask.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'll just
block you on
going
Twitter.
Tonight. Yeah, the Mets need to worry about the Braves. We need to treat the Yankees how they treat us, which is to not worry about them. We definitely have a little brother complex as Mets fans. I'm not one of these Mets fans that talks a lot. I'm the most pessimistic. I'm one of those sad Mets fans that just gets up every day.
I appreciate the self-awareness.
No, that's on brand. I feel like.
Optimism.
It is.
You can't have optimism as a Mets fan. That's just counterintuitive. So they need to worry about the Braves, who are playing really good baseball. They need to knuckle down, not have a repeat of 2007, and then maybe we'll see the Yankees in October. And that'll be the ultimate solution. Now, we did take 2 from them earlier in the year.
Exactly.
So it's not anything to worry about. It's not like we can't beat them. It's just we didn't beat them. It was a really frustrating series, by the way. Got a lot of runners on base, some untimely hits, some really bad luck. But I think the Mets will be fine. That's as optimistic as I can get right there. We'll be fine.
That last Lindor AB, I was actually at a bar in Midtown, and it was split right down the middle between Mets and Yankees fans. I'm a Colorado Rockies fan, so yeah, you can go ahead and guess how I'm feeling right about now. But it was really interesting, not really having a dog in the fight, just to want both teams to have fun.
Yeah, that foul ball was exactly how I felt against the Disco Turkeys. It just went right down the line where it should have been, and it did not result in what we wanted. But hey, again, we got to worry about the postseason if we can get there.
100%. Hey, listen, Adam, we really appreciate your time, and can't wait for more content.
Yes, I'm definitely thrilled to make content on YouTube. I feel very blessed that I get to do this for a living, and it's always fun to do this every year and be part of the MLB broadcast on YouTube. Appreciate it.
Tristan McKenzie getting loose. We want to know, how many hits do you think he's going to give up today? Opponents are batting just 117 with 59 Ks versus McKenzie's curveball this season.
forward center fielder, number 24, Ken Griffey Jr.
He had this ability to sense the moment as a player, as an athlete, and then to be able to deliver on demand almost. It's like nothing I had ever seen.
Junior swinging a drive deep to right field down the line. There it goes. And this place may not have to have the lid removed. It may blow off right now.
Look, this is storybook stuff. First at bat in the Kingdom.
Welcome to Seattle, Ken Griffey Jr.
You hit a home run. Last at bat in the Kingdom, you hit a home run.
Holy smoke, Ken Griffey Jr. with a 3-run homer.
Come on, is that really? That's just too deja vu. Again, that's typical Junior, doing things that nobody else can do and nobody else will do.
Garcia's 1-0 pitch is swung on, hit well to center field. Griffey going back. He's at the track. He leaps, and he makes the catch. Holy cow, he got it.
The fairy tale ending of that last game, the guy gave us one last amazing look at what that building meant for Seattle baseball, what it meant for him.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, own the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. Fans watching our YouTube Game of the Week now have their choice of listening experience. Moments before first pitch, simply click the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks, and select either the primary broadcast or take your pick of the home and away radio calls. Each is available on your favorite device once the game is underway. It's time to get analytical with StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. And for that, we bring in our friend, Sarah Langs from MLB.com. And Sarah, Andres Gimenez has been putting up some of the best offensive numbers in his career this season. What has made him so effective at the plate?
So part of what has made him so good is what he has done against non-fastballs. And it's funny because usually when a good hitter is really good, we look at fastballs and we figure, oh, break in off speed, that's where you can get him out. But not Andres Gimenez. As you see here, he is hitting .341 against breaking and off-speed pitches. That is the highest batting average against those pitches in the majors. And if you saw those guys he was ahead of, Jeff McNeil, Paul Goldschmidt, those are guys who are really, really good. And he is in that echelon and ahead of them. And if you see here, there's almost nowhere you can throw him a non-fastball and actually get him out. And it's not even the ones right down the middle of the plate. Look at that inside 800. I mean, that is incredible.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch what he's done at the plate so far this season. Jesse Winker has been a bit of an enigma though. Say that 10 times fast. His slash line and OPS aren't at his usual levels, but is there a reason to believe that he can turn it around, Sarah?
There really is. So even though he's not slugging the way we've seen him do it the past, look at his chase rate, 19.2%. He is in the top 5 in all of baseball in chase rate. So what does that mean? That means he is really selective at the plate. So even though he may not be making exactly the contact that he wants to be making, if you throw him a pitch outside of the zone, as this awesome graphic is showing you, he is not going to swing at it unless he really thinks he can do something with it. And to me, that says that he will be able to bounce back from this, whether it's this season or next year, just because he knows what he's doing at the plate. So even if the power isn't there right now, I really think it will return because he's still making those really good decisions on those out-of-zone pitches.
Yeah, and he's going to be a big piece of that Mariners puzzle here down the stretch and potentially in the postseason. Sarah, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and expertise.
Thank you, guys. So great to chat with both of you.
All right, let's get to our FanDuel picks to click. First up, Julio Rodriguez to hit a home run. It is at plus 300. What you thinking, LG?
Listen, I think this is good value. J-Rod just joined the 2020 club against McKenzie. Yeah, I'm going to take that.
That would mean he's going back-to-back homers. Jose Ramirez to record an RBI. He reached base safely in all 4 plate appearances yesterday. It's at plus 110.
Second all baseball, he's going to get the guys in front of him on base. Yes.
All right. Poll results.
Yes. Okay, so you can see 3-4. People have spoken. I love it.
Let's get you out to the game. Enjoy it, everyone.
So, can we go up there next time?
Yeah, possibly October.
Ooh, great point. We are in a city starving for playoff baseball, and this ballpark has been filling up with fans and energy to make that a reality. Enter a surprising division leader on the other side. You've got your MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, on the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. It's the Cleveland Guardians cracking open a series with the Seattle Mariners at T-Mobile Park in the state of Washington. Scott Braun along with Yonder Alonso. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube worldwide. I love this ballpark.
Oh, there's nothing better. It's a great day for baseball. Great 2 teams.
And they're playing a little bit early because there's a weekend concert across the way, which is great for us. It is a beautiful afternoon to watch these 2 teams and these 2 starting pitchers who are very different. Let's start with Marco Gonzalez because he's your typical crafty lefty, right?
Yeah, he's definitely got his hands fully tied. I mean, we're talking about a Guardians offense that just doesn't strike out. Strikeout is the lowest rate in the majors. They're the highest contact rate in the majors at 18.3%. He's got to keep throwing his first pitch strikes and hopefully getting him off balance with that changeup.
What about Tristan McKenzie coming off a 14 strikeout, no walk performance? Is he the new #1 starter?
You know what? It's interesting you say that. I think come the playoffs, game 1, I'd still think it's Bieber, but my goodness, what a great guy to have for the second day. When you talk about him and talk about what Tito had to say, he was raving about him. His slider is incredible. We all understand he's got a really good curveball, and he complements it with that fastball up in the zone. As we can see here with StatCast, brought to you by Google Cloud, he's a guy that loves to throw his fastball up in the zone, but then loves to pound that slider into lefties or sliders away to the right-handed hitters, and using that curveball, especially with 2 strikes to bury it. He's been phenomenal.
And that's what Terry Francona told us. The fact that he's got the curveball and the slider working, many pitchers don't have both pitches working at the same time so well at this point in the season like Tristan does. So props to him and the Guardians of the land in general. This is a club that has been surprising everyone from day one. They're coming off a 2-game sweep of the San Diego Padres. They displayed a little power in that one, but there's contact, there's clutch, there's this guy.
Yeah, I think when you talk about Jose Ramirez, especially the last 11 games, 341, 4 home runs, 15 RBIs. I love also the base running ability that he brings to the table. What can you say about Naylor? Especially with runners in scoring position, he's been a menace. And Stephen Kwan, he's not a rookie anymore, guys. I think these people are starting to think that, but last 57 games, he's been on pace to hit 328 with an 824 on base percentage. And let's not forget a 15-game on base streak. He's been phenomenal. When we talk about Andres Jimenez as well, and I would love to talk so much about him. I mean, you can spend days talking about him. He's done a phenomenal job. Last 70 games, 10 homers, 38 RBIs, a .506 slugging percentage. Listen, only 3 guys have done what he's done. That's Jose Abreu, Freddie Freeman, and Paul Goldschmidt. Since May 30th, this guy has been on a tear. I believe he's kind of that second coming of Alomar. Yes, guys, Alomar. His defensive run saves have been incredible, and I think this guy can do it all. I'm more concerned about the future long-term from Jimenez. I think not only is he a first-time All-Star, we're going to be looking at a 6 or 7 year type of veteran All-Star when you look at the Guardians and him at second base.
He's so young. This is the youngest team in baseball, by the way, and Jimenez is an MVP candidate this year. He should finish at least top 5. Okay, with Seattle, there has been a change in the weather, and I mean this in a very good way for all the Mariners fans. Is this the year they finally make it to the postseason for the first time since 2001? Well, on June 20th, most people said no. 10 games below the 500 mark. They were winning many close games last year. Jerry DiPoto at one point, their GM, said, you know, our relievers are not getting ahead in counts. This is so unlike them. Boom, sunshine since June 21, 38-18 since that time period, and it's a mix of what we saw last year, which will work.
Yeah, well, I think, listen, the nickname sticks, and it's the Bomberos, the firefighters. You talk about Paul Sewald, Andres Munoz, and Eric Swanson. They've been unbelievable. Those three relievers are pretty much first in everything, in whip, in Ks per nine, and ERA. If they go and they have the lead in the 8th inning, game's over. It's 38-18. You can put a stop on it. And then we can talk about the big bats with Ty France, obviously Mitch Haniger, who's come up clutched year in and year out, and Julio Rodriguez. There's not much you can say about him. The 2020 club, I think he's phenomenal. It's going to be an exciting ball game.
I agree. Great series coming up here. Even Cal Raleigh, who had 2 homers last time we called a Mariners game last week, he's up to 18 on the season. Let's bring in Brett Dolan, because, Brett, there's 2 things we can agree on. One, we don't love the grasshopper snack here, that whole deal, but we do love Julio Rodriguez in his game. What do you think?
We can agree most certainly on both. You know, it was a couple of months when we were here, and the Mariners had not quite bottomed out yet. And Julio Rodriguez had started to hit after a very slow April. He has not stopped since. Those that compiled the analytics really have enjoyed following his season as we take a look at the hard hit rate and also the sprint speed. Because you notice there's only 3 guys in the 90th percentile or better. Rodriguez well above. He's joined by Mike Trout and Byron Buxton. That duo, when healthy, might be the most tooled up individuals in the game. So that is great company for Rodriguez. Now, I might even add one more. In outs above average, Rodriguez is also at 90%. So we're starting to talk about that total package: defense, sprint speed, and the ability to impact a baseball. Now, I know these Mariners fans are enjoying this race towards the postseason, but I think they're really enjoying the emergence of a potential future and maybe current superstar in Julio Rodriguez.
That's right. He's a 2020 guy. Crushed a hanging curveball yesterday. He's in the lineup. We'll show you the rest of the lineups for both sides. And first pitch time in the Emerald City coming at you globally on YouTube. Let's go. This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, on the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Brett Dolan, that guy. He should join us at some point, Yonder. Is he ready or what?
He's ready. He's gas.
Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's start this series. Both ball clubs thriving. Cleveland checking in at 66 and 56 on the season. Mariners also 10 games above the 500 mark, 67 and 57 on the year. So let's take a look at Cleveland's starting nine, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis. Own the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. Stephen Kwan to start. Rosario in the 2 spot. Ramirez with 2 homers yesterday. Gonzalez got a hold of one yesterday as well. Naylor's in there. Jimenez with just a routine day off. He's back in there, and he's been awesome since the All-Star break. He was an All-Star. Millers, Hedges, and Will Benson in center field instead of Miles Straw. We'll talk about that in a moment. Stephen Kwan back at the top of the lineup, mic'd up all day.
They got me bugged. I took a plea deal.
I'm not talking to you.
Thank you, Augie. Appreciate you.
Say hi to my mom.
You want to say hi?
Hi, Mom.
Hey, Steven. Mom's watching.
I love it.
He's going up against the left-hander, Marco Gonzalez. 3.63 ERA on the season, making his 13th start of the year. Make that 4.08 ERA on the season. 30 years old, coming off a Friday win over Oakland. 5 1/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned.
Yeah, and I think for Marco Gonzalez, it's pretty simple, right? When we break him down, we got to understand that the fastball changeup combo has to be elite. We got to throw some strikes early. We understand that the Guardians, they don't strike out, but they do put the ball in play. Let your defense go to work, and don't be afraid to pitch to contact. I think when you look at Marco, sometimes he kind of nibbles a little too much. Go right after these guys. Let's see what we got, and let your defense work.
Let's do this. Gonzalez against Kwan. It's the Mariners hosting the Guardians on YouTube. Shows a bunt, pulls back. It's a strike, and we are underway. Look at the production since the All-Star break. Best line from his manager this morning. He goes, he's not a rookie anymore.
No, he's not a rookie anymore.
Rips one into right. He's in business, and he's heading for 2. Stephen Kwan with a leadoff double.
Starting the game off right with Kwan. We understand he's having a really good year right now. Not rookie anymore, like Tito Francona says. Gets a little two-seamer down and in. You don't want to throw it there for a lefty, especially a lefty like him, who has a really good high leg kick and loves to make some contact. That's the way you start a game. That's the way you start an offense for the Guardians.
That's right. 16-game on-base streak now for Kwan. Yesterday he had this little half swing turned into a 2 RBI knock off of Blake Snell. Actually knocked him out of the game in the 4th inning. First pitch swinging Rosario.
Boy, Tito loved talking about Ahmed Rosario, right? Talked about his motor, what he's done at shortstop. You know, a lot doesn't get talked about when we talk about Ahmed Rosario. He gets all the plays. He makes all the outs necessary at shortstop. And when you see him with the bat and you see him run, man, he can actually get it done.
Remember when Cleveland dealt away their superstar, Francisco Lindor, to the New York Mets?
Yeah.
Rosario comes back.
Jimenez
comes back.
Yeah.
That trade's working out well for Cleveland.
I think it's for both teams, really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But look at this team. I think originally when you looked at the deal, there, of course, was sadness from Cleveland fans. But I think there was also a look saying, those guys haven't done much when they've been up in the big so far. Maybe it's more of a quantity over quality deal. No, it was quantity and quality in return.
Yeah, I think when you look at Cleveland right now, you got to be happy for what you've got. Oh, that's
Weak
trouble.
Left side. We'll see if it stays fair. It is like a swing and bunt. That is a fair ball. Base knock. Kwan to third. They're on the corners. And Scott Service told us lately, baseball not bouncing our way.
Yeah.
Prime example there.
Well, not only on defense like he was talking about, but also on offense. This right here, though, a swinging bunt. Boy, those are great. You know why? They never even out as a hitter. You always hit 10-line drives right at people, and maybe you get lucky 2 or 3 times a year with swings, bunts like that. That's the Bermuda Triangle right there, Scotty Braun. There's not much you can do right there. And to be honest with you, you just got to thank your ground scoop.
But you're right also. I mean, it doesn't always even out. Rosario has 23 infield hits this year. That's tops in baseball. Number 2 in that category. Stephen Kwan with 22.
Yeah, another guy
this team
here
does stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And another guy here is Jose Ramirez with 103 RBIs, like we see right there. Boy, with this lineup, a lineup that doesn't really kind of slug teams, to have these type of numbers is as impressive as it gets when it comes to Jose Ramirez.
And he rips one right side. This could be two. Crawford swings around. His throw is off the mark. A collision. Kwan does score. And Ramirez is safe at first. France goes down. It's 1-0 Cleveland. We'll make sure everyone's okay here.
Yeah, I think Ty France got the worst of it. His right leg kind of collided with Jose Ramirez's knee. You hope that everybody is okay. Definitely an absolutely double play, tailor-made ball. I think with Crawford and the way he was playing with the shift, kind of ended up a little late at second and ended throwing that ball up into Ty France's glove. Tough collision for both right there. We see Ty France's right leg right there. He's going to feel that tomorrow. Glad everybody's okay.
We're up. We're good. Yeah, France spent some time on the shelf recently with a wrist issue.
June 23rd, Ty France had another collision.
Yeah, this is the one. That's when he went down with the wrist. Hasn't been the same since he's returned. He'll be the first one to tell you. That's why he's lower in the lineup.
Yeah, but he'll also let you know, I don't think the reason I'm struggling is because of my wrist. Talking to him earlier today, getting his work done. Scary moment right there. Glad everybody's okay.
Ramirez is on for Oscar Gonzalez. Also homered yesterday against San Diego. Big cut and a miss, top of the zone. He puts on apparently the best batting practice show of any Guardian, and it makes sense. Look at the stature. He's a big dude. 6'4", 240. Hasn't even really tapped into the pop yet, but everyone says it's coming.
Yeah, I think when you talk about him, one of the biggest things they talked about Oscar was him kind of controlling the strike zone, right? We understand the power's there, we understand the abilities there, but can he control that? If he can control that, good things are going to happen. And for, you know, we can talk about all we want, but I think Marco Gonzalez has done a phenomenal job so far. He's getting the ground balls he needed. He's kind of living on the edges, and he's getting everything he can get, especially the first strikes. See yesterday's home run, right? A couple days ago, the homer. Yesterday's home run went way, way far. It was an upper deck shot off of Snell. Hanging slider right there. My goodness, look at that swing. As short as it gets and out of extension.
Runners moving, and the throw over to second is in time. Cal Raleigh on the money again.
You don't want to run on him. Everybody knows in the league the arm that he has, the accuracy he has. It was right on the money. And what a great tag right there. Look at this tag. Up and down. Boom. Oh, you can't teach it. Can't teach it right there. See Jose Ramirez right there going on first move. As soon as he picks up that leg, he's running. But Frazier made an outstanding tag and a great throw by Roddy.
He did it yesterday. He does it again. And there is a splash into center field. And a base hit for Oscar Gonzalez. Cal Raleigh was the YouTube player of the game for us last week when we had the Mariners. He also has a cannon.
Yeah.
An accurate cannon, though. That's important.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go with this. Is you can have a really good arm, and I think in the big leagues, for the most part, all catchers have a really good arm. The problem is just accuracy. If you're accurate enough, if you can control staff, you're in good business. And I think today we're going to see some of the better catchers in Raleigh and Hedges.
Josh Naylor aggressive right to first, and that's going to do it. Live chat's buzzing about Stephen Kwan, who started off with a double, ended up scoring. Multiple people saying Rookie of the Year candidate. Well, the Mariners have a guy on the other side who we'll get to next. Julio Rodriguez, a major Rookie of the Year candidate in the American League, the front runner who is the fastest to 20 homers and 20 stolen bases in AL history by games, 107. He did it yesterday with his 20th home run of the season. Your starting lineup presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, on the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. Winkers hitting second, Haniger, Suarez, France still in the 5 spot, Santana the DH, Frazier, Raleigh just made a great play to snag a base runner, and J.P. Crawford down to the 9 hole for just the second time since mid-April. So Tristan McKenzie coming off one of the best starts of his life, a career high 14 strikeouts against the White Sox, 7 innings, 2 runs, 6 hits, no walks. Starts downstairs to Rodriguez.
Yeah,
for him this year, he's throwing more strikes, and also both secondary pitches working well.
Yeah, I think when you look at him and what he brings to the table since July 1st, a 1.91 ERA, that's 6th best in the league. You talk about the ability to throw that fastball up in the zone, that curveball, that slider. Got to pound the zone early with heaters. We understand everybody in the league knows he's got a good curveball. Strike one is very vital. And in a pinch, when you're in trouble, go to that curveball and that slider. That's been his weapon to go to. And when you look at his arsenal, obviously brought to you in part by Google Cloud, you understand that fastball is going to be up in the zone. You got that curveball down when he needs it, and that slider to kind of get him off the fastball and curveball. Listen, I think when you look at him and you look at that 4-seam break that he does throw out there when he throws that fastball, he's a spin guy. The riser is just going to ride, and he's going to throw that curveball. That's a little cutter slider right there that he likes to throw at times. You're going to see more foul balls with the fastball and a lot of whiffs with that curveball slider.
Opponent average against the curveballs 117, lowest in Major League Baseball, and he can spin a slider too.
It's interesting. It's like, where are you going to go game 1, game 2 against in a wild card game, right? You got Bieber. You understand you got Bieber, who's done it before. He's kind of got that repertoire of been there, done that. But now you got a guy like Tristan. He's done his job. He's kind of that explosive guy. When you look at that 1-2 punch, they can go against anybody.
McKenzie's pitching like a 1 lately. It's clear.
He has been.
He's had success with the 4-seam fastball upstairs, and then tight late break with that curveball. I'm sure we'll see plenty of it this afternoon. Misses to Rodriguez, and Julio starts the day on base, and that's going to be a problem too.
Troubles.
A glance at the defense presented by Warner Brothers movie Elvis, on the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. There's the setup for Cleveland.
One of the good things, great things they do here with the Guardians when I was playing for them is the ability to make sure defense comes first before anything else. I mean, I remember the third base coach in Sarbaugh, and he would always pound you, hey, come into the locker room. First thing is, when can we catch more balls? When can we work on our stuff? They've done a phenomenal job, especially this infield this year, on catching the balls that they need to catch.
There's a strike to Winker, and let's be real, I kind of missed. But hey,
this guy has been great right here defensively, huh?
Jimenez has been awesome. Make sure we get a shot again of Ramirez right now. Great crisp look at the chain with the profile. Does he have the best chain in the bigs?
He's got a good one. Juan Soto has the shuffle chain. That's a pretty good one right there. But he's got a picture. He's got a little a selfie
of him showing off the chain.
I mean, what I call that? That's the 0.5 flickery on Instagram, right? You 0.5 the camera, right? It's the wide angle. You get the whole face, and let's go get it.
Winker lays off.
Boy, Winker's always had a great eye, hasn't he?
One of the best in the bigs.
Loves to hit breaking balls, especially right now with this 2-1 count. It's a good time to throw one, but also understanding that Winker can stay back on that back leg and do some damage with it.
He went 2 for 3 yesterday. It was a loss for Seattle, 3-1 to the Nationals. They were down 1-0 until the 8th. Rodriguez popped a homer, but 2 more for the Nats in the top of the 9th.
I was always a believer when a pitcher would go over to first, a breaking ball was coming. And the reason for that is because he wanted to kind of neutralize the movement at first so he could throw that off speed. Let's see if he's going with it. Oh, here we go.
Oh, might have been the closest to the booth all year for us, no?
Maybe. That was a heater in, though.
I know you're pumped.
I'm pumped. I'm pumped for this game. I'm pumped for this day. The voice of YouTube, Scott Braun. Come on.
You got to save me, though, if anything comes to the booth.
I got you, man. Good hands, man.
First baseman.
I got it. Good hands.
Your scoop percentage was
what
off
was
the charts.
I think I was like a 996. Little JT Snow action.
Fielding
Why
percentage? Yeah. Rodriguez bluffing a go, and then he scurries back. It's 2-2. Or make it 3-2 now to Winker.
Stole the strike right there with that 1-2 of Julio Rodriguez. Made Hedges stand up right there. That was a slider down and in for a strike. Missed it. The little things in baseball, that's how you win games. These things go unnoticed. They're going to get him into a 3-2 count, a moving count. Can Julio run right here? Austin Hedges has a good arm.
Up the middle, base hit. 2 aboard to start the home first for Seattle.
Oh, man, Winker. It's a good piece of hitting right there. Fastball up and away. They didn't try to do too much. Understanding that he has a hole on the left side, staying through that baseball. Look at that back elbow. As soon as you see that back elbow kind of getting as close as possible to that back rib, that's a good swing right there. Extension, staying through a baseball. Nothing better right there than a line drive in the big leagues up the middle. Yeah, he's pumped. Him and Chris Negron right there, first base coach, former teammate.
First pitch strike to Haniger.
One of the hardest working guys in the big leagues. Talk about a guy who's first in and last out. It's Mitch Haniger right here. You know, we can talk about Julio Rodriguez, Ty France, Jesse Winker, but the heart of that team is Mitch Haniger.
Oh. Interesting. A lot of fastballs shown to the first 2 hitters from McKenzie, who likes to set up the heater early on in his starts. But one of the keys to him thriving in the second half of the season has been incorporating even more of the curveball and slider. Yeah. So he might have to do that early against a team like this.
Yeah, this is a great way to go right here on this 1-1 count. He's got to win this count to be able to get out of this inning with not that many pitches thrown.
And that's ripped. Left center. Heading back to the track is Kwan, and it's gone! Mitch Haniger powers up in the first. It's 3-1 Seattle.
We know! Peace on Ohio! The heart of that team, I'm telling you, Mitch Haniger, he's coming through clutch year in and year out. And certainly this year, he's not wasting any time. He is doing his thing.
Quiet day from the offense yesterday. No snoozing to start this one.
Gets a little breaking ball right there. He wanted it more down and away. Didn't get it. Kind of left it out over. Stayed short, stayed through the baseball. In moments like this, first and second no outs, Mitch Haniger is looking for something up in the zone and something he can do absolute damage with. And certainly he got that pitch and didn't miss it.
Number 7 on the season for Mitch. In tight to Suarez. McKenzie looking to pick up his first out. And especially coming off the outing on Friday against the White Sox.
Probably his best start.
Yeah. That's in there.
Well, we look at this swing right here. That's lower half extension right there. When you get that back knee fully down into the ground and using the ground as a force, Julio Rodriguez loves it. Mitch Haniger certainly loved it. You know, these fan base too, when you look at this fan base here, they're in a drought, man. It's like they really feel it, they really want it, they feel like they're going to be playing past October. It's just a lot of fun to watch right now when you watch both of these teams.
Ball.
You know, we can talk about Tristan right here. You know, we know he's got a good curveball. We know he's got a good slider, but it's the fastball. He hasn't been able to locate that fastball. If he can locate that fastball, then all the other things kind of fall into place.
Oh, where's the curve, though? I mean, that's the money pitch.
Yeah.
I was expecting it on one of these 2-strike counts here to Suarez. Got him on the heat.
That's where he likes to throw that fastball, that 4-seam spin rate with a little riser right there up in the zone to the letters. Why do guys want to go up, especially a guy like McKenzie? Because that curveball, that's the tunnel that he's going to throw it off. So if he can throw that curveball off that tunnel with that fastball up, then you're going to get those swings and misses on both.
Ty France just $129 this month. So yesterday he was dropped to 5th in the lineup for the first time this season. Now they're doing it back-to-back days until he gets himself right. That was 95 from McKenzie.
Yeah, and I talked to Ty earlier today. I said, what's going on, man? He's like, you know what? I'm chasing too much. I got to slow it down. I got to try to slow it down as much as possible with my legs. I'm not staying behind the baseball. If I can do those things and drive the ball the other way, good things are going to happen.
Deep to left, but it's going to die at the track. Pulled that one a long way, got a little bit under it.
Scotty B, I like to do 10 push-ups when I got to the dugout when I hit balls to the warning track. I got Ty France doing the same.
Well, just the angle there.
Just got under it, but that's a good swing. That's how you want to miss. You want to miss 1-0. That's Ty France's time right there to go do big things.
Stephen Kwan, your thoughts? We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
A man of few words when he catches the baseball. No surprise.
There's that curveball.
There it is. Strike one to Santana. It's a good call on France, though. Like you mentioned, hey, he thinks he's chasing too much. He lets the first one go.
You know, that goes down obviously as an 0 for 1, but it's a quality 0 for 1. That's what you're looking for when you're kind of in a scuffle.
Santana to Kwan. Inning over. So walk, base hit, 3-run Haniger blast to make it 3-1 Seattle through 1. McKenzie does recover to retire the next 3. We've got ourselves some action on a Thursday. Let's open up the second inning at T-Mobile Park. Guardians trailing the Mariners as they step up to hit. It'll be Jimenez to lead the way. But first off, we're streaming live globally for free every week. Over 3.8 million other fans are subscribing to the MLB YouTube channel. This just in for this week. If you're watching on your TV, you can now enjoy games with high quality 5.1 surround sound audio. Just click on the settings menu to get it rolling. That's what I would be doing if I was home.
Oh.
YouTube TV, fire it up, get that surround sound going. A little 4K action as well. I know how you watch.
Oh, man. One of the better breakout stars in baseball this season. Jimenez only trails in WAR, only Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani in the American League this season. This guy, an absolute player.
We need to highlight him. Breakout all-star season. Just his 3rd year in the bigs.
Yeah, we're looking at a guy, 3rd in the American League in batting average, 5th in OPS. He's a special one. He's made a lot of adjustments throughout his career, especially in his swing, his path, his approach, his stance. And there's nothing better than a young kid that is willing to make adjustments. That's the hardest thing for a young guy or a young player in the big leagues, is making adjustments.
Roller right side. 1 down. If you want to pick out one flaw, I mean, he still has work to do against left-handed pitching as a lefty swinger. Significant splits. That's part of why they said, all right, we need to give him a day off at some point. And they chose yesterday against the lefty Blake Snell, and they had no problem, the Cleveland offense, without him.
But again, you got to give some credit to Marco Gonzalez. He's getting the ground balls he needs to get. He's getting them early in counts. He's getting swings early in counts as well. That's where you got to live right there. First pitch strikes, especially down in the zone. A good changeup right here, a good backdoor slider. But be careful with Owen Miller. Boy, he loves to face lefties.
Oh. He was off to a blazing start. Big month of April. Did cool off. 3rd round pick by the Padres, was acquired by Cleveland in the Mike Clevenger deal. So was Hedges, Naylor, Kyle Quantrill, who was great yesterday. Weak contact left side. Suarez puts him away. There's the setup for Seattle, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, on the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. Gold Glover in J.P. Crawford handling short.
I think we'll see a couple more. We talk about Julio Rodriguez, Crawford. Talk about, Mitch Haniger kind of goes underrated a little bit on how good he is in right field.
Maybe even Cal Raleigh in the future.
It's possible. It's there. Talking to Sandy Alomar today before the game, he loves his catchers, especially this guy here in the box right now, and Austin Hedges. He says, hey, we don't really care if he gets 3 or 4 hits. It's the ability to control his staff. That's what we look forward to. If we understand that, obviously we will want a catcher hitting 300, a cat hitting 280, but if they don't have that, at least a guy that can throw some guys out and can handle a staff. This is exactly what the Guardians want in Austin Hedges. He's been a huge pickup for them in that trade with the Padres, and he's worked out just fine.
And a little lift into right center, finds the right spot, and a 2-out, 2-strike knock for Hedges. Puts up 2 fingers.
Former teammate.
His backup, actually, Luke Maile, has been fantastic.
Phenomenal.
And gaining playing time with Hedges battling some ankle soreness. Good plate coverage there.
Yeah, it's a good changeup too right there. Down and away. Hedges fools, and we talk about the luck, right, in the Mariners. When it comes to defense or offense, that's just no man's land right there.
Will Benson gets a start in center field this afternoon. They're giving Miles Straw a day off because yesterday he did hurt his ankle a bit. Sounds like he'll be okay to hop back into the lineup the next day or two. They just wanted to give him a blow. He stayed in yesterday's game after colliding with a brick wall in Jorge Alfaro on a tag-up attempt. So a day for Benson, who just made his debut earlier this month. Chop shot, and Crawford's got it, and he's going to throw on the run and get him. Benson okay? Get the uniform dirty nice and early. Why not, Yonder?
He's ready.
Mid-2, 3-1, M's.
Welcome back to Seattle. Well, Tristan McKenzie, it feels like he's pitching for more than just trying to help his team win a division or get to the postseason. Before the start of the year, he made a bet with his good friend Marcus Stroman that he could both throw more than 160 innings and have a sub-3.7 earned run average. So even after 3 earnings in the first inning, he's trending towards winning. What he will win is a brand new Rolex, courtesy of Stroman. So Yonder, you're going to have to help me out. What would a brand new Rolex go for? I know I want one, but how much will Stroman bet?
It depends. I mean, you can look at, maybe 6 to 10 to 40 to 50. I don't know. Big wallets, though, for those guys. I'll let them handle it.
Stroh can afford it. He's like, hey, you're earning it.
He's earning it.
Rolex on the line, though. He's got to get himself right with the fastball command. 3 runs for Seattle in the first. That's pop-up off of Frazier's bat. And there is Will Benson to retrieve it. Did anyone ever entice you with incentives, like any friends? Hey, if you hit 30 this year, I'll get you this. And hey, let's look at Ty France coming off the field. Not sure if he's going to come back out after that collision earlier.
I think he got stuck once again in that third out. I think he got cleated maybe. That's what it looked like. He was hobbling. I used to get cleat all the time. That wasn't fun. Guys coming in hard to first base, kind of a little bit out of control, and sometimes getting the back heel of your cleat. Wasn't fun at all. It's funny. I used to just wear 2 pair of cleats throughout the year. I didn't like switching my cleats that much. They were molded. And you would see at the end of the year in the back of my cleats, there were scruffs all over the place by getting cleated. The nature of first base.
Of course, catcher position gets highlighted the most.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no question.
Yeah, the tools of ignorance, but you're saying first base.
Yeah.
Maybe coming in second in terms of.
Well, back then. Yeah, well, back then, too, was the middle infielders, right? Guys were trying to break up double plays where now that doesn't happen. You're looking at guys now running 4 flats down the line, 3 8s, 3 9s, 3 7. At times, you kind of lose touch of the base, which I know they're going to go bigger with the bases, and I think that's going to be huge, especially for just the defensive gem of it. Second base, first base, especially first base. I think if they go bigger, it'll be much better.
And you shorten the distance between bases.
A couple inches.
Yeah, but let's amp up the stolen bags. Everyone loves a good stolen base.
Agree.
Not Cal Raleigh, of course. He hates base runners. Made a nice play in the previous inning.
18 homers. Second among catchers behind Wilson Contreras with 20. Be careful. I never liked when they went up 2-2 because I always felt it was a repeatable pitch 3-2. It could be thrown again up, or it could be thrown with that curveball. We understand he's got a good curveball. Will he go to it? He had him kind of fishing early on with that 2-2 curveball he threw for a foul ball. But I always felt that 2-2, if you can throw it 2-2, you certainly throw it 3-2.
What's he dialing up on the menu?
Went up again.
Great call. Remember when Cal Raleigh was on YouTube? Game of the week.
Talk about lean on something.
Woo! I remember my call. Someone texted me there. I like that. Beer me off the Michelob Ultra sign. We spoke to him afterward. Got him. Tip into the glove. And that's 2 Ks on the afternoon for McKenzie.
Yeah, it looks like he's found his fastball, huh? Hasn't he? He was working on it in the first inning, couldn't really find it. He's made that adjustment now in the second inning, throwing much more fastballs in the zone that he wants to throw them, up in the zone. That's where he likes to live. He likes to live up in the zone with that four-seamer to later on in the game throw that slider curveball. McKenzie making really good adjustments right now.
We took our conversation about McKenzie into the short break we had, and I was like, well, just use more of the secondary stuff. And you countered my statement, Yonder, by saying, no. He needs to establish the fastball command Otherwise, he's in trouble.
Yeah, I think especially early in the game, right? It's the first inning. Now, if you're talking about the third, fourth, or fifth inning, you got to get outs in the third, fourth, or fifth inning. But in the first inning, second inning, you have to establish it, because if you can establish that pitch, then everything else kind of falls into line. He started off right here with Crawford with a curveball, so we'll see how he works at it. Especially this 1-1 count will let you know how he's going to attack him. Fastball up in the zone.
Crawford's down to the 9-hole, just the second time since April 12th he's in that spot. He was ejected from yesterday's game, arguing a pitch that was off the plate.
Let's just say it was a thank you. Thank you.
And thank you goes to the pitchers.
To the pitcher, of
course. If you're new to the party here.
Every time. I love that pitch. 1-2 right there. That cutter in right there kind of changes the eye level. Kind of makes you freeze. Only you had a really good two-seamer to kind of go with that, to freeze him inside. But you never know. He might go up the ladder here like he did against Raleigh.
He tried.
That looks similar to the fastball that Crawford got thrown out of yesterday.
It does. That's almost the same exact location.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm just saying,
Yeah, he knows he's going to have a better day.
Oh, we're getting close. I need my glove here. First baseman's glove.
Tell everyone what you're talking about, though.
The ball?
Yeah.
Oh, it was coming in hot to our booth.
There you go.
Yeah. Coming in hot. Cuidado, piso mojado.
Got to translate, too.
Oh, be careful. Wet floor.
Popped up. Who's got it? Hedges. Bullseye. Inning over. 3 up, 3 down, 7, 8, 9. McKenzie breezes through the second. Okay, so Jake Lamb is in for Ty France, and we're going to show you why. Multiple collisions already in this one. Jose Ramirez clipping the leg. And then Will Benson also over the ankle there, yonder?
Yeah, right ankle. I think that's where he took the first collision, and then obviously the second collision. We see Ty France not very happy right there.
Yeah, frustrated. He leaves the game. Lamb enters over at first. Top of the lineup card for the Guardians, and a special guest right now. We welcome in 2020 Cy Young Award winner Shane Bieber to our dugout interview presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis. What's going on, Shane? Good afternoon.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thank you for joining us, and a call out to our YouTube creators, everyone else in the live chat. Any questions for Shane? As long as the inning's not like a 1-2-3, then we'll mix some of those in there. So, hey, let's start with Triston McKenzie. I know he gave up the homer in the first, but what have you seen in terms of his progression this year, and how proud are you as one of the veteran members of the staff, even though you're super young?
Yeah, I appreciate you throwing that in there, because
I got you.
Not everybody does. No, I mean, me and Triston have been together for a long, long time. Obviously, he was drafted in 2015 out of high school. I was in 16 out of college, along with some other rotation mates of ours. But to watch his development, especially this year, highlighted by a lot of strikeouts, a lot of competitiveness, and he's really getting deep into ball games. And so hopefully we can see that today. It wasn't the best start, obviously, and I know he's frustrated with himself, but was able to put a 0 up in the second inning, and we'll see him probably gain some steam and some momentum, and kind of get it rolling hopefully today.
There's Kwan into right. Lazy fly ball for Haniger to put him away.
Beebs, Yonder, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Yonder? How are you, man?
Fantastic, bud. Hey, great teammate right there, Mr. Beebs. But my question to you is very simple. I remember when you first came up, you obviously had Carrasco, Clevenger, Kluber. You were kind of the young guy in that staff. But now, right, you're the veteran. What is it like for you?
Don't do that to
he's
him.
young. I know he's young. But what is it like for you coming into the ballpark every day?
It's great. I feel like we got a truly phenomenal bunch in this clubhouse, and it's a lot of fun. What I'm most proud of in the position that I'm in, and just being able to sit back and watch and kind of reflect on it, is the consistency that we bring with our energy each day. We play a different brand of baseball, and that's kind of the word on us, but we play our brand. So I feel like on any given day we walk into that clubhouse confident and ready to win. And so whether that's after a win or a loss the night before, whether we're streaking or skidding, I think our energy's been consistent all year, and sometimes that's tough to say, but I think it goes a long way.
Beebs, talk to me about your adjustments. I know you've been kind of messing around with it, your throwing mechanics, especially during your bullpen sessions. How much fun has that been, and if you can elaborate a little bit on it?
It's frustrating, but it's fun. Baseball is a game of adjustments. I was on the shelf for longer than I wanted to be last year, so relearning my patterning, the way my arms move, and my lower half mechanics has been a fun challenge to embrace this year. So I know there's a lot in there and a lot more to unlock, and so I'm getting encouraging feedback with the adjustments that I am making, and letting my arm move a little bit more freely than it has, especially last year. So I feel good, I feel healthy, and I'm getting good feedback. So that's really all that matters to me right now, and just got to continue that momentum moving forward.
That's it? Oh, man, that is a bummer. We didn't even get to anything
quick
here.
one.
Just a 1, 2, 3. Shane, always appreciate it. There's a lot of fans that had questions for you, but tell them next time, right?
Next time.
Yeah.
I'll
Good
be
luck
here.
the rest of the way, okay?
Stay healthy,
Appreciate
brother.
it, guys. Will
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you.
3 up, 3 down in the third. Let's get to the home half next. Top of the order due up for Seattle. They lead 3-1 over Cleveland here at home to crack open a new series. We're looking at title drafts. Maybe earmuffs and sleep mask, the whole thing. Don't look, Mariners and Guardians fans. World Series title drafts. That's Cleveland with the longest in the sport. 1948 last time around. And for Seattle, of course, looking to win their first. So, most likely scenario for these teams this postseason, our big YouTube poll question. It's open right now, multiple scenarios. It's over to short, and Rosario gets Rodriguez for out number 1 in the third. There it is again. So what do you think? Let's get predictions right now from everyone, and then you can supplement that with your thoughts in the live game commentary. Guardians in, Mariners in, or both out. This one's easy for me. This is one of the easiest ones we've had in my mind. I think they're both in.
Both of them are in. I think when you look at the style of play, especially for the Guardian, the reason the Guardians are sneaking up on people, it's a different style of game. What I mean by that is an old school style of game that rely on pitching, they rely on defense, and they rely on getting guys on base, running the bases correctly, doing all the right things. I think the Guardians are in. I think Seattle and that starting staff, Luis Castillo, has been lights out. You talk about the Bomberos in the bullpen, the firefighters. If they go and if they have the lead in the 6th or 7th inning, game's over. I got both of these teams getting in.
Winker up the middle. They've got a man there. Rosario puts him away. 2 bounce outs to the shortstop in the third. Brett Dolan, your thoughts?
I would say both. I would suggest if one of these teams gets really hot against the other in the next week and a half, that might hinder that. But this is the first year of a new format in the big leagues with 6 postseason teams rather than 5. So you go back to 2002, the last time the Mariners were in the postseason. Guys, they have had 8 85-plus win seasons where they have not made the playoffs. It almost feels like this new rule was designed with them in mind. And I know Scott Servais said the other day, this isn't Costco. We can't buy wins in bulk. We have to play every single day. But there's got to be a little bit of pressure, right, as they try to not only get into the postseason, but maybe be able to do a little damage?
Oh, that's great stuff, Brett. Yeah, and there is pressure. I think when you go into the clubhouse, heck, I think when you go to just a store here, you go to a restaurant, I mean, everybody kind of lets you know. I remember when I was playing here in 2017, and you would go out just to go get a Starbucks, and it was like, hey, come on, guys, we're pulling for you guys. So, yeah, absolutely. The city's behind them. This team is just in a foray, and it was a 1, 2, 3 lights out. Tristan's really picked it up right now, huh?
There were also just so many big company drops just now. Endorsement deals all over the place on YouTube. McKenzie has retired 9 in a row. Well, you're the DJ. Your choice of listening experience. Click the gear icon in your player. Choose audio tracks. You can select either the primary broadcast or take your pick of the Mariners or Guardians radio calls, all available on your favorite devices. But if you want to hang with us and listen to what George Kirby has to say about his start yesterday, that's coming up in the next half inning. And I'll already preempt it with Give me your questions now for George.
Yeah.
So we can get to him, just in case it's one of those
Bieber innings.
1, 2, 3s. Yeah. I want to make sure I help out the crowd. We're big on that here. Marco Gonzalez gets a swing and a miss from Oscar Gonzalez, who leads off the 4th for Cleveland. Single in the 1st. That was the money inning for the Guardians. Only came up with 1 run despite 3 hits in that opening frame.
No, I've been impressed with Marco Gonzalez. He's pitched. Everything is a quality pitch. His misses are where they want to be. Kind of nothing up in the zone. Nothing's kind of been hung. He's using his spots with fastballs, moving guys' feet. Just a veteran presence out there on the mound.
Clear-cut plan here against Gonzalez. Change-ups, curveballs.
Nothing kind of in the zone. And that was kind of the MO when we talk about Gonzalez is, hey, we understand the power, we understand the ability is there, but he's a young guy. Can he control the strike zone? 2-2 count, like last at bat, kind of throw him a heater up and in, fought it off up the middle. Will Marco make an adjustment here? Gonzalez on Gonzalez right here.
That's right.
This is a nice one.
Change-ups and a curveball. Always been a pitch that he's had a feel for, Gonzalez. Not as effective, the change piece this year compared to last year, but I remember years back he was talking about it. And he said, it's just as natural as walking for me. And that is a line that so many pitchers around the world are envious of, because that's usually the last pitch to come around for most guys on the mound.
Always had trouble facing him. Hides the ball well.
In sight?
Yeah, he's just enough in, enough away. You got to understand it's hey, if you get a strike on him, if he gets a strike on me, there's no panic.
Payoff.
It's certainly a base hit type of day, right? You're not going to get today, at least today, you're not going to get Marco Gonzalez say, hey, if I get a good count, I'm going to take a shot to take him deep. No, that's not going to happen. Usually in counts like that, that's where he makes you pay. He feasts off aggression. If you're an aggressive hitter, he'll feast off of that.
And it's not necessarily swing and miss, but it's chase outside the zone, which means the quality of contact is low.
Got away with one right there. 3-2. Hanging breaking ball.
Yesterday, that was in the seats.
Yeah, Oscar wants that back. You can tell he's kind of nodding his head like, man, he just got away with that right there. I mean, he set him up for a fastball up and in right now. Possibly a changeup. I like the fastball up and in. Turned himself into a good at-bat right here. The longer the at-bat goes, the more it gets to Oscar's favor.
That was the first fastball of the matchup.
Be careful with a hanging curveball right here.
11th pitch of the battle. Reaches for it into center. Rodriguez doesn't have to move too much. One down in the 4th. Let's flip up the standings. It's that time of year. You got to look. You were looking if your team was in the running.
No question about it. I think games in August are even more important than games in September. The reason I say that is because August is the longest month for a player. There's not that many days off. September, you're kind of counting down the days to postseason or going home. But for both of these teams, you can't let your guard down come August. It's got to be win, 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 and must-win games every single day in August.
Strike one to Naylor. If the season ended today, wild card round matchup, 6 versus 3 seed-wise, Cleveland against Seattle.
Yeah, and let's not forget the history, right? We talk about the 1995 ALCS. Cleveland beat Seattle, and then the Mariners returned that favor in the 2001 ALDS. So there is some history here kind of brewing, right? You like that? The brewing the Starbucks aspect of it?
Yeah.
Could that happen once again? I like it. I don't know. That was good. It was not planned, but it just happened. Like my cuidado piso mojado.
It's just flowing for you today.
I don't know what's happening.
No, but it's a great reason for fans to lock in on this series. It's the first time they're matching up this year, but they have 7 matchups over the next 11 days. There's your postseason history, 95-01. So just to get a good look at how these two teams mix up against each other. There's a strike.
Late call right there.
It's a pitcher's zone today for both sides. Home plate Ramon de Jesus.
I was in Ramon de Jesus' first big league game.
Get out.
Get out, yeah. Oakland Coliseum behind home plate. I think he was nervous. Did a phenomenal job, though.
He's a vet now. Naylor rolls one right side. It's Lamb tossing to Gonzalez for 2 outs in the 4th. 6 in a row retired by Marco.
He's getting a ton of ground balls. He's getting a lot of jams off the end of the bat rollers. If you're Scott Service, you're very, very happy with what you've seen so far for Marco Gonzalez.
And they're looking to get him back on track.
Absolutely.
He was okay last time around against Oakland. Actually left with the bases loaded, but Matt Brash to the rescue. Picked up 2 outs. Time before that, it was a 6-start span with an ERA past 6.5. It's a good bounce back so far today. And he finds the corner on Jimenez.
Yeah, and I'm very happy because this is the second time now that these Guardian hitters are seeing him. And the adjustments that they're trying to make, it hasn't really fallen into that plan, right? It feels like for some reason Marco is 2 steps ahead of these hitters right now, where the first time around you kind of make your adjustments as you go. And right now Marco is really falling on top of these hitters.
He's got them fooled. I mean, look at that last swing, and now Jimenez stays alive. This is not a swing and miss team. This is the best contact team in baseball.
I agree, Scott, but for me, what I'm seeing right now is the types of swings that they're having. It's off balance swings, it's kind of jam on top of your face type of swings. I mean, these are swings that when you look at Marco, doesn't throw that hard, but yet the swings they're taking, it looks like they're not picking it up. It's 98 to 100, it feels like, with a wicked slider and changeup. Always had a tough time when a lefty was on the first base side of the rubber. Lefty on lefty, first base side of the rubber, very hard to see. He hides the ball well. The slider looks more deceptive. The changeup kind of runs into my hands, and he's going up and in right here. It's a hard pitch. It's a really hard pitch to kind of lay off of because it starts in, and once you commit, it's already too late. Because if you commit too late on it, you're going to break your hands, and it's going to be a ground ball to first. So you kind of have to commit a little earlier. That's why the lefty on lefty, when Marco, as we see there, he's on the first base side of that mound, it is very hard for a left-handed batter to see the pitch.
Yeah, there you go. Weak contact yet again. Crawford puts away Jimenez. 3 up, 3 down. It's a theme this afternoon in Seattle. history yesterday from Mariners right-hander George Kirby, the rookie, with 24 consecutive strikes to start the ball game. It's most since we've been tracking pitches since 1988. He was on fire, ends up 7 innings, 1 earned run, no walks, 9 strikeouts, and he is our next interview here, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis. George, welcome to the party, and congrats on a nice outing yesterday. I know you're going to say we didn't win the ball game. I get it, but that was special. Take us through those first 24 strikes. Do you know that you're allowed to miss the zone? Did you know that?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I was kind of looking up at like 15 or 16 and realized that I had a little streak going. So it was pretty cool. Pretty cool to be a part of that.
You know, there was the 21st pitch, so obviously at this point, I'm wondering here, I'll ask this to Yonder and then he can relay it to you, but it's Victor Robles up, and he takes a called strike 96 down the pipe, and like, I know he was frozen, maybe sitting on a different pitch, but I'm like, dude, you need to be swinging at every pitch. I mean, there is a trend
I will say this, sometimes in the dugout things kind of move fast, and knowing George and seeing him a couple starts now, he kind of works a little fast, so that might be kind of something that he used to his advantage. Did you?
Yeah, I think my pace of play has been great. I think that definitely plays a huge advantage in being able to command the zone so well.
Look, and I know you're a control artist. I know you love to kind of image your game, to Maddox and Oswald, but there's a guy on the other side there in Shane Bieber, and you love the way he pitches. Have you gotten a chance to talk to him?
I have not. I would love to.
We got to get that. We got to get that going.
We can set that up.
Yeah, we got to set
Biebs.
that. Yeah, he's a former teammate. Yeah, we got to set that up.
George, just give. Well, he's on the field for the whole series, so maybe he'll find him there. He pitches tomorrow, Bieber. All right. I asked this early this time, George. Questions from the crowd here on YouTube, just in case we had a quick inning. So let's start with this one from Lions. George, if you could take one pitch from your rotation mates, who would it be? What pitch?
I really like Robbie's slider. His slider, like two-seam combo, is super elite. I'd probably have to choose that one.
It's a good one. I like it. Curtis, do you wish you could hit?
No.
You're like, I'm good.
That was good in high school, but not these days. I'm not looking forward to getting in the box.
I got one. We were talking to Scott, and he told us about how you learned the two-seamer by talking to Robbie Ray. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I just saw how much success he was having with it, and one day I was just like, hey Rob, how do you throw that thing? Let me see your grip. And I've been using it ever since. It's playing super well off my slider. Been able to get it front hip on a lot of guys, and just give them a second look on the heater there. So super happy I added that into the arsenal.
2 balls in the air turned into outs so far this afternoon in the 4th by McKenzie, as we're looking back at Kirby yesterday against the Nationals, all over the strike zone. It's not just the two-seamer, but also the slider. It's got some more sweep to it now.
It does, yeah. Changed that up a little bit the last couple weeks.
George, are you going to keep 68?
Right now, it's working pretty good for me, so why not?
I always ask that question. Right, you get your first number, or your second year number, and you're like, you just don't know if you want to stick with it. I got 77 as a rookie, and then I changed it. I got rid of that. So I always ask pitchers like, hey, do you like 68?
I don't mind it, man. It's all right.
Do you sign, when you sign a ball, just a good 6'8" on it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like a 3rd grade cursive 6'8". Yeah.
I love it.
I mean, no one uses cursive besides a signature.
I'm just kind of glad that we can talk to George and nobody's messing with him.
That's true.
Thank God.
Just a few.
My goodness. Ty France, how's he doing? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's doing all right.
All right.
Carlos Santana with 2 outs in the 4th, and that's a 4-pitch walk, so he's aboard. Gives us a little more time here. Some questions. So, I like this name here, Canadian Syrup. George, best strikeout pitch. What's your fave?
Lately, I'm going to go with the two-seam.
Nice.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
This one's intricate. I don't know how much you want to give away here, but Tanner goes, what's your favorite pitch sequence? I know it's all strikes, but is there a certain combo? I don't know if you can give that away, can you?
Not exactly, but, like I said earlier, just using that slider off my two-seam, that's been a pretty good weapon, so that's always a good sequence thrown in there to a righty for sure, going in on him and then ripping the slider out of the zone.
George, I always talk about the rookies when they have a couple months in already. Have you gotten impressed by any hitter you faced or watched on TV and then you face them?
Yeah, Mike Trout for sure. He's played the Angels a lot this year. He covers the plate super well, and he's a tough out.
That's going to do it for the fourth. And George Kirby, hey, great stuff yesterday. Keep it up, okay, George? Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
We are through 4. Mariners still hanging on to that 3-1 lead thanks to Haniger's blast. Hey, celebrate the 20th anniversary of MLB.TV with free baseball all day on August 26th. That's tomorrow. Stream live or on demand using your favorite supported devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. And enjoy the show wherever you are with the MLB app. With coverage of in-game highlights, pitch-by-pitch features, select live broadcast coverage, and more, you won't miss a beat. Download the MLB app today. All the action in the first. Guardians with 1, and then an answer from Seattle in the home half. It was Haniger's 3-run blast. Here we are in the 5th, wrapping up our poll. It's closed. Most likely scenario for these teams in the postseason, and the majority goes with both in. Second place was Mariners in, so that means there's some fans that don't think the Guardians are going to make it. They're 4 clear.
Yeah, but at some
both
point,
teams in the Central. So I mean, hey, there could be a comeback from Minnesota or Chicago.
Yeah.
It's not September 20th, but I'm saying Cleveland looks like they're in control right now. The schedule looks like it has its soft spots down the stretch against some of the weaker opponents in the American League Central. I'm starting to feel like the Guards are getting in.
I've learned my lesson. Last year, I felt like I didn't give enough credit to the Giants, and they go and win 106 games.
True.
And now I'm looking at the Guardians, and I'm saying, you know what? I'm giving them credit. It's a long season. Everybody wants a big house. And you know what? So far, they're buying the big house, the bigger house, because they're able to get into the postseason. I'm sticking with them. I think they've done an exceptional job. Tito Francona has been unbelievable, and he knows how to get his team going, especially in these later parts of these 2 months.
What's amazing, too, is this is the youngest team in baseball, and yet they're also talked about as one of the most fundamentally sound. And Tito gives a lot of credit to his player development staff. Of course, they're learning when they come up here, but he said some of these guys are entering the big league fold and already kind of eliminating the mistakes that many other rookies would make.
Top to bottom.
Some fan interaction here, too. I'll mix in some comments on that poll question before we finish on that. So let's see. Victory Stars that Cleveland will win the division. M's will hold on to the wild card. There you go. See, here's one against Cleveland. Tony Biggs goes Twins winning the AL Central. Okay.
Oh.
It's full count to Miller.
You know, a lot of credit too. Like, you can talk about the training staff and all that, but the trainers, man, they do such an amazing job. I remember when I was there with the Guardians, it was hydration, making sure you get your sleep, making sure you're in the training room ready to play. Just an all-around top to bottom great organization.
Miller strikes out. Second K for Gonzalez. Let's send it to Brett.
Guys, just to tack on to what you were discussing, the number of debuts for the Guardians this year is really stunning. When Xavier Curry came up the other day to pitch, he was the 14th. Look at all of these. The fact they've had this many before September is crazy. In fact, only 3 teams since 1917 have had this many debuts in their first 120 games, but they're doing it while either contending for first place or being in first place. I mean, remember opening day, Franmil Reyes batting 4th, Bobby Bradley 5th, Yu Chang was in the lineup, gone, gone, gone. They keep calling up guys, and they keep contributing in this pennant race. So, indeed, I would say that is a testament to Tito and his staff, and obviously their player development staff.
Yeah, and Yonder, they didn't do anything at the trade deadline, which I always like a team that's in the mix to get involved. The talk, the heavy conversation was, can they pry away a catcher like Sean Murphy, who really gets it done on both sides, good defensive catcher, but a great hitter as well. And they're just rolling with what they have. They said, hey, we don't want to really disrupt much chemistry, but also, I mean, they're holding on to their assets. You can see youngest team in the game, Mariners on the top 5 here as well. I like when a team does something, though.
You know, it's funny. I sometimes
Hedges flies out.
I sometimes like if they don't do anything. And the reasons for that is because, you know, obviously what happens in that clubhouse is very crucial to bring in new guys. Or, you know, we're seeing it right now with the Padres. They brought in, it feels like 3 or 4 guys, and yet they kind of haven't gelled. But at times, too, you got to give credit to the front office. And the reason I say that is because at times they do have a goal. Maybe coming into spring training, they had their set goals, and it's so easy to get distracted by that when a team is winning and a team has a chance to get into the postseason. Not lose track of where they want to go and not be concerned so much about the race, but the longer-term race is what's more important. And they know how to do it. And look, listen, we talk about the Guardians and the years they've had. You know, they had a window there where they had 3 or 4 years that they were in the postseason, in the World Series. They certainly know how to get back there.
Meanwhile, Marco Gonzalez just pumping strikes. He's ahead again. 0-2 on Benson. Doesn't bite.
Benson really made some good strides in the minor leagues this year before being called up. He had a 210 average, 31% K rate, but in AAA hit 280, got on base at a staggering 426. Really has made some strides.
Big build too. There's some
6'5", 230.
Some linebackers in the outfield today for Cleveland.
Yeah, a guy that can hit for power.
Yeah, there's the AAA line. Career year hit for him down in the minors.
Columbus, Ohio, where the AAA love to play there. Great fan base, great stadium, brand new stadium. Hitters Park. Always liked Hitters Parks.
Shocker.
I know.
Benson down on strike. Swing and a miss. Gonzalez is 3rd K. As he gets through the 5th again, sitting down 3 in a row. 3 straight perfect innings from Marco. Mike's on. Stephen Kwan.
No, hey, me, talk. Talk to me. I got it.
Taking control out there. Talk to me.
I love
Sonny.
it. I love it.
8-9-1 for Seattle. Riley foul ball down the line. Inning number 5 here. Tristan McKenzie getting to work again. Better since his first inning.
I love when guys are mic'd. I mean, there's so much communication in a game on defense. I mean, just talking to Sandy Alomar today, he says, we just want good defense. If we can defend the baseball, good things will happen to us. And they certainly have done that.
Oh, extremely well. This team does all of the little things. Definitely a difference between these two. More power on the Seattle side. That's on display earlier with Haniger's home run. The difference right now.
Boy, Tristan McKenzie, 91 mile-an-hour on that fastball, 1-1, and it felt like it was 96, 97, huh? With that swing. It's completely underneath. I love repeating that curveball. Kind of got away from him right there. Got a little off of him right there. Repeat it again. Make sure it's down and in on that back foot.
Two into center. Benson's got it. Creator Spotlight time, giving props to a YouTube creator each week. Pay to Adam at 5 Point Vids. Features sports facts, bad jokes, his words, not mine. A refreshing look at all the sports and baseball info that you didn't know you needed. He's doing work. 342,000 subs, 125+ million views. Strong stats. Adam, say hey in the chat. We appreciate you. Good work.
I love it. Sports facts and bad jokes. I love it. Don't take yourself serious, kids. It's all fun and games.
People love it too. They're showing
That's
up.
right.
The views are there.
How about this crowd, huh?
And very strategic, though. Many of them avoiding the sun, especially the lower bowl here behind home plate, if possible, right? J.P. Crawford. Solidly struck, and that gets past short. Rosario couldn't handle the hot shot, and it's a one-out single for J.P.
Boy, absolute rocket right there, and a hanging curveball. Didn't try to do too much, stayed through that baseball. Heads up, Tristan! Those are never fun, but that's how you teach it right there. You get a curveball, you stay behind it, use that back leg, and use the middle of the field.
Nine-hitter on, leadoff man hit his 20th home run of the season yesterday. 12th rookie in Major League history, also 6th player in club history to join the 2020 club. Last Mariner to do it, Mike Cameron, a couple decades ago, 2002.
Scott Servais loves to run in situations like this, especially with one out. You got good runners, one hitting and one on first. Oh.
You want some global FaceTime? Be that guy.
It's a little aggressive, no?
I liked your swaggy jacket you had on today, but he might have you beat.
Yeah. Oh.
.73 pitches for McKenzie. Definitely laboring this afternoon.
Oh. He tried right there. Tried right there with that slider. Didn't really slide that much. That was kind of a cemented well slider. Best pitch in baseball, I think, Scotty Bond. When you think a slider's going to slide and it doesn't slide.
And then what? The pitcher goes, I meant to do that.
Yeah. 2-2 count. Good count to run on right here if you're Crawford. Most likely expecting that curveball down, although Tristan's love to go with that fastball up so far this game.
2-2 to Julio.
Oh.
It's full.
Boy, Julio's had some really good at-bats, hasn't he? Long at-bats, long counts. I know the second at-bat swung at that first pitch, but the first at-bat of the game was a long at-bat. Here we are again with the 3-2 count.
And he sends one to left center, but there is Kwan. 2 gone in the 5th.
Just missed it a little bit out in front. Right there on a good slider once again. Got it just enough down and away. Julio just missed it.
Third at bat for Jesse Winker. Singled and scored in the first. Grounded to short in the third. We had him last week on the day of his 29th birthday, and he homered in Anaheim.
He's heating up as of late. Last 20 games, 262, 5 homers, 13 RBIs. We understand his ability to control the strike zone. Second lowest chase rate in the American League this season. Talk about some of the best hitters in our game right now in the American League. He's up there when it comes to controlling the strike zone.
First-time All-Star last year. He was on base almost 40% of the time in 2021. He's swinging for right. Oscar Gonzalez all over it. Inning over. So after the Crawford single, a couple fly balls, and McKenzie gets through the 5th. That's Jake Lamb over at first base, taking over a few innings ago for Ty France, who exited with a right calf bruise. And we're going to bring in former MLB umpire Brian Gorman to help guide us through what went down earlier in this one. Brian, we appreciate the time. So take us through some of those plays over at first base.
Yeah, when the base is only 15 inches wide, you don't have much surface area. So when you have a runner hitting it and the throw is a little bit off, you can have some accidents. The minor leagues is experimenting with a larger base. It's going to be 3 inches wider, 18 inches. So hopefully there'll be more surface area and cut down on some injuries. It's also meant to spur a little bit more stolen base and the offense. But the larger surface area should help on plays like that.
Now, Brian, is the first base bag going to be in the inner part of the infield, or is there going to be more of a room for the runner to be able to tag, I guess, the right side of the bag?
Yeah, it's going to be in the same spot, but it's just going to be bigger. It's a 90-foot square from the back point of home base. First and third base are included in the square. Second base is centered in the top of the square.
And
so
I also believe it's going to be a little flatter, and the texture of it is going to be different.
Yeah, I think because we're having more and more guys head slide first, so they can grab onto it with their fingers a little bit better. So I think there's going to be like an indentation on the side of the base so they don't slide off the base on a hard slide.
Kwan lines out to Crawford, first out in the 6th for Marco Gonzalez. So overall, just a good thing for the sport if we see that in the future. They're testing it down in the minor leagues right now.
Yeah, I think so. Anything that spurs, offense and makes it a little bit more exciting for the fans, I'm all for it.
I need to ask him one question. Because I loved when I was on first base and I would see the beauty of art of breaking up a double play. If it's one play that you can bring back, would it be that play right there up the middle?
Yeah, they don't want any injuries though.
I know.
The salaries are getting so high, and they don't want guys walking off the field in the 4th inning because they got taken out at second. Back in the old days, they used to chase them out to center field.
I'm with you, Brian. We appreciate it. Thank you. Brian Gorman, former big league umpire, with us. Yonder trying to talk him into bringing back another rule.
You know what's the problem? I used to talk to Brian all the time at first base. I actually talked to all the umpires at first base. Couldn't stay quiet, but yeah, Brian was great, and I love the insight. I always used to ask umpires, all right, give me your 10 best players, right? Most of these guys have 20, 25, 30 years in the league. They've done World Series. They've done postseason. Just great chat, great talks, and great history of the game. Brian is great.
So is Marco Gonzalez today. 2 strikes on Rosario, consistently getting ahead of hitters.
Sure is. This is a situation going into a game saying, oh, we got Marco Gonzalez, no big deal. We're going to stay back, we're going to get a couple knocks, and now you're looking it up, top of the 6th, and you're like, man, I want this guy out of this game in a hurry.
Rosario sends one to right. It's carrying a bit, but there's room for Haniger. Out number 2. There's the line. No walks. Walks up a bit this year. Not today.
Yeah, and I think looking at it, he's used the aggressiveness of the Guardians, and you understand, wow, great outing, no walks. Of course, we understand the Guardians love to swing the bat. They don't like to strike out. They will put the ball in play. Unfortunately for the Guardians, Marco Gonzalez right now has his A game. He's thrown his changeup, his plus pitch. He's got that good cutter today and that good fastball. He's doing an exceptional job right now. That's the pitch right there. That change of 1-0. Usually you would think it's a hitter's count. That's where he goes backwards on you, and he throws you that change up, that backdoor slider. Now he's got him set up. Maybe move his feet up and in. It's back to that changeup.
Ramirez just trying to see some pitches. Get someone on. Last time Cleveland had a base runner back in the 2nd inning. A single from Hedges.
This is where Ramirez likes to choke up a little bit. I try to do so much, use the whole field. And you see the alignment of the defense right now. The shortstop is kind of playing that hole up the middle, is completely open. That's where you like to see Jose. When he's going right up the middle, especially against a lefty like Marco.
And he lays off. That's a 2-out walk for Ramirez to try and set the table for the offense and wake him up a bit.
We jinxed him. First walk of the day.
That's right.
I think it's the right move. 2 outs right now, 94 pitches. This is the crucial part of that lineup, especially with Jose Ramirez. A good visit right now by Raleigh saying, hey, 2 outs right now. This is the guy you want to face.
And it'll be Oscar Gonzalez, who singled in the 1st, then flew out to center in the 4th. And he is Jose Ramirez's shadow. They talk about every single at-bat together. He's been a sponge this year around Jose. That's who I would stick around.
I would too.
If you're on Cleveland, Jose Ramirez is super smart in every facet of the game. So after an at-bat, Gonzalez will talk through it with Jose. Now his buddy's on. And Oscar represents the tying run.
At some point here, though, Jose Ramirez likes to go. He likes to run, especially with 2 outs. I understand.
They caught him in the first.
They caught him in the first, but he'll still go. He'll still be very aggressive. Gotta try to get a run in, especially later parts of this game.
Back in the first, StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Cal Raleigh got him.
Exceptional pop time right there, 190, but even better accuracy.
Second best pop time on a caught stealing for him.
Oh, good pitch.
Nothing over the middle.
I mean, yeah, that's a dagger of a pitch right there. 2-0 changeup, down and away. Nothing you can do with that. That's a hitter's count right there. You see him flating right there with his left hip. And Gonzalez, he wants to pull the baseball. Rung him up right there with that changeup.
That's ripped foul.
Yeah, he's got him set up again for that changeup, down and away. Maybe off ball, strike to ball rate right there. He's got him set up.
It's full.
Runner's going. We're going to see some action.
Action in the Mariners pen. Matt Brash should be coming in next. 100th pitch. Fouled back.
You see Jose Ramirez right there. He waited till Marco Gonzalez delivered that ball. There is no need to kind of try to jump him, especially now with Lamb being a little bit behind him. You can take a little bit of a deeper lead right now, and you got to be able to score on a double, possibly a base hit as well. See, as he comes set, you're going to see him kind of take a couple more steps. Big pitch right here. Biggest pitch of the night, of the day.
Got him. In the zone, Gonzalez with his 4th K. What a performance so far today from Marco. Holding Cleveland to 1 run. Great line from Ski Freak. He's Picasso. He's painting. Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. AL champs. They took the West in 95, 97, and 01. ALCS, 95, 2000, 2001. They won a World Series, though. They also want to get back into the postseason. Mariners in line. Also in this one, still in control, 3-1. Behind a great day from Marco Gonzalez. Just filling up the zone, but nothing down the middle.
I mean, it was just unbelievable to watch. It kind of reminded me of growing up watching Tom Glavine.
Haniger, strong contact, closing fast as Benson, and he's got it.
Wow, what a
check
play.
If it was a trap. Glove down, great play by Benson, getting a start in center field today.
Talk about first step. Look at his first step right here. Boom, ball is hit, he's gone. He's got a beat on it. He understands he's got to dive for it. Just an incredible play right there. And what people don't realize, the body of work, 6'5", 230 pounds. This is not a guy that's 5'10" now, folks. This is a guy that's running like a linebacker or a free safety coming at you. Full speed. Great play.
Strike one to Suarez. Yeah, 6'5" strides hit different. You need to make less of them at that size.
And it's such a great play. Reasons for that. If that ball gets behind him now, it could be possibly a triple. No outs right now. You think he would play it safe? No. He's going all out. Reminds me of a young Chris Dickerson.
Nice.
Big lefty for the Reds. A little bit with the Yankees. A little bit with the Guardians. Really good outfielder.
Former teammate.
Yep. Love the first step action right there. See him going. Reads the ball. Boom. Takes off. And right there, right around there is where he's thinking, do I dive or do I not? Great play. Tristan loves it.
Hey, Brett, what do you have?
Well, guys, with Ty France no longer in the game and back in the clubhouse, Julio Rodriguez has lost his babysitter. Now, Ty France has joked that he has become the full-time babysitter for Rodriguez, and he uttered those words that I think would make all three of us shudder today when he said, "You remember what you were like when you were 21? And I sat back and thought, well, yes. Hold on, we'll wait for this pop-up.
Owen Miller on it. Brett?
Now, he did joke that the Mariners don't pay him enough to be the babysitter full-time. I suggested maybe a little commission on futures earnings. That might be as good as the Bobby Bo deal, going long-term. But regardless, he did say that he has a lot of fun serving as the mentor or the guidance for one Julio Rodriguez. And now Lamman replacing him for the remainder of this game. It feels like, though, Ty France could use a babysitter and maybe just a little bit of luck or some cellophane, some protective wrap for some of those plays at first base this past couple of months.
That's true. Are you my babysitter or I'm your babysitter?
I don't know what we got. I don't know what we got.
We take care of each other.
Yeah. I think you're my babysitter. Yeah.
Sure, you're
you
on
take
time.
care of me all the time, man. Good teammate. That's what it's about. Good teammate.
Breakfast bowls in the morning.
That's right.
That's right.
Clutch.
Let's go. They're probably showing Julio, hey, here's what we eat.
Yeah.
Here's what time we get here. Here's what we do on the plane.
He did say, though, man, how mature he is for his age, how much he loves to work, how much he wants it. So just I think it's such a sky is the ceiling for him. I mean, there's just nothing about it.
But he's doing it in year one. That's what's amazing.
Impressive.
I mean, after the first month, which was homerless, he's been one of the better players in the game.
Starts with a fastball. He's been hitting the fastball. Fastest player to reach 15 homers, 20 stolen bases in the game. History.
Game-wise.
Game-wise.
Right. Now they're on McKenzie today. Doesn't have the swing and miss stuff.
Tristan want to be an engineer?
Yeah. Interested in the medical field. He's got the nickname.
Oh, good pitch.
Dr. Sticks.
Good pitch right there.
Interested in medicine and you're skinny, you get that nickname.
More than not, you usually get a swing over that curveball right there. That's the sights of up in the zone right now. Be careful going up on him. It's a swinging pitch.
Got him. Heater. He's looking up. McKenzie's like, all right. After that first inning, he's been solid through 6, still 3-1 M's. Power of the people on YouTube, the Player of the Game trophy. You decide. Poll will be open later. This game's too close to call a winner just yet, but at the end of this one, you'll vote. Someone receives the trophy. We'll hand out the hardware. We'll talk to the winner after the game right here on YouTube. You can vote on your mobile phone, your tablet, computer. Get involved. Get a new pitcher in there for Seattle after Marco Gonzalez, who was brilliant today. Eric Swanson, best ERA as a reliever, taken over. But look at him just mix it up. We said at the beginning, crafty lefty, and he pulled off the moniker to perfection today.
Yeah, Marco, 101 pitches, 22 batters faced, 7 ground balls, 2 flyouts. He had the Guardians on their heels the whole game, talking about out in front ground balls and a lot of jam shots. I love Marco Gonzalez, if not one of his best starts this year.
And now Eric Swanson, who pitched on Tuesday against the Nats, a scoreless inning. Shocker. He has been fantastic. Used to be a starter. He has been a sub-1 ERA reliever for Seattle, part of one of the best bullpens in baseball. So, okay, if you're on Cleveland right now, as my former big league hitter here, are you excited to at least get to face someone else because they couldn't crack the code, or are you looking at the stuff out of the Mariners bullpen going, wait, can we leave the starter in?
Yeah, this is not such a win-win for the Guardians. I mean, obviously, they're going to battle, they're going to be pros, and they're going to go after him and compete. But when you look at the stuff that's in that pen, I mean, we talk about Swanson. He's part of the Bomberos staff, right? He's part of the firefighter staff. And I think when you look at him and what he's done, I mean, it's unbelievable. One thing I've noticed, his splitter usage has gone up in August up to 36%. July was at 25%. That's kind of his go-to pitch. Lowest ERA in the big leagues right now. This is a guy, when the 7th inning comes, he is the glue to the 8th and 9th to Munoz. Listen, the reason Seattle is where they're at right now is because of these types of guys. 7, 8, 9, you look at these 3 or 4 guys they have in that bullpen, and pretty much the game becomes a 6-inning game rather than a 9-inning game. Certainly, Scott Service likes where he's at right now.
Fastball up, splitter down. It's been the combo.
8th round pick out of Iowa Western Community College. If you pitch well, they'll find you.
Always. Mariners bullpen since June 21. Money.
It's a quick arm action. Usually when you have a quick arm action like that, it's hard. It's very deceptive to pick up that splitter, especially from a left-handed batter's box.
He was in the Yankees organization, moved over to Seattle in the James Paxton trade. Naylor, weak contact, right side. It's past Swanson's. Tough play with the glove. Got him.
Wow.
And a dive. Crawford.
Showing off the Gold Glove winner right there. Understanding it was a bang-bang play. He understood what he needed to do. Use that glove as his pitching hand as well. Look at him go. It's a one move right there. Boom, boom. What a play.
Get creative. Naylor's not a speedster. Beat him easily.
We've seen really good plays from both of these teams, haven't we?
That's why they're playoff contenders.
They can field.
Up to Andres Jimenez with one down in the 7th.
Oh. Probably one of the hardest plays for a middle infielder is those kind of bunting swings right there, because you're relying on hopefully the pitcher catching up to it. But if he doesn't catch up to it, it kind of hits that triangle base right there, and you're in no man's land. Just a great play. Oh. Good chance to throw that splitter right now. 2-0. It's a hitter's count. Jimenez loves to jump on heaters, especially right now in these counts.
Out in front. This dude is special. He made major changes too from his first 2 seasons in the bigs. He's closer to the plate. Ditched the leg kick. Used to have his bat laying down on his shoulders.
Yeah, now we're seeing more of a straightaway. When you look at his legs, it's more in line with the back foot, and he's going right towards the pitcher. Oh. And the reason I love that is because when you have a leg kick, it sometimes doesn't fall where you want it to fall. This is simplifying the approach. This is understanding that your head needs to stay locked in and not moving, and as well as the hand-eye approach to hitting a baseball. Guys now are throwing 98, 99. You got to simplify things and make things easier for you in the batter's box.
In the air. Adam Frazier brings it down.
And we can certainly talk about the adjustments Jimenez has made throughout the years. We're talking about the 2020. He kind of had more of a leg kick. The 2021, he had more of a kind of front foot type of guy, a two-step type at times. And then in 2022 is when everything kind of came together. He kind of got a line towards the pitcher. As that pitch was coming, he wanted to get to the pitcher. The barrel was upright, which I love. Guys that can slug always have their barrels upright. He certainly has made that adjustments, and what I love most about him is he's not scared to make adjustments. It's so hard to kind of get involved in your ego and get involved in the, well, if this has worked for me and I've got into the big leagues, I'm going to stay with it. But no, he actually did the opposite. He said, if I can stay in the big leagues and be better every single year, how can I adjust? And he certainly has done that.
I mean, he basically changed everything, Brett, and it's working.
Well, he did, guys. It went back to the final 5 games, really, of last year. Mike Barnett told me today that same thing Yonder was mentioning, but that toe tap so much more important than that leg lift. He's consistent, he's on time, and obviously it's paid huge dividends.
I mean, you saw the stance, it was open, now it's closed.
Yeah, I used to have a foot down type of guy, and I made an adjustment. I actually went the other way. I went with a leg kick, and it worked out for me. Each guy is different, but it certainly has worked for him. I just love the ability and the mindset that it takes for you to make an adjustment, because every single day in the big leagues you have to adjust, whether it's in-game adjustments or even just swing path adjustments. You're always adjusting if you're a baseball player. Boy, Splitter Nation right now, it is set for it. Oh, a slider. It is funky. It is short-armed. Most guys, most pitchers nowadays are shorting it up their kind of stride.
He's holding it back. Maybe this pitch. Fisted in the air, and Lamb tracks it. Perfect inning from Eric Swanson, the usual, as we're going to stretch a little bit and see if the Mariners have some insurance runs. Mariners lead the Guardians 3-1 in the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, on the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, and Brett Dolan downstairs in the sun. Brett, you hanging around this weekend for the big action going on at T-Mobile Park?
I'd like to, that's for sure, because Ichiro Suzuki will have an entire weekend dedicated to him. 4,367 hits between Japan and the majors, more than anybody else. Won a Gold Glove his first 10 years in the majors. Eligible for Baseball's Hall of Fame in 2025. Going into the Mariners Hall of Fame on Saturday. So, of course, you got to give away a T-shirt. You have to give away a bobblehead. What could be better? Well, there's fireworks tomorrow. The music that will accompany the fireworks was hand-selected by Ichiro. I have no idea what his musical taste is. One of the three of us will have a flight canceled. We'll be at my favorite Ichiro stat. And he could come out of this dugout and get a hit today. But if he did come back, he would have to go 444 consecutive hitless at-bats before his career batting average would fall below 300.
Wow.
Amazing.
I have a good Ichiro story. I'm on first base, and Ichiro was known to really save his bats and kind of treat his bats like they were just his shrines, right? He would take his bats into his room, he would massage them, he would talk to them, and one day I asked him, you know, Ichiro, I'm at first base. I said, man, how do you do it? I mean, how many bats do you take on the road? You know, just kind of small talk, right? And he asked me, how many bats do you take on the road? I said, well, I take about 12 to 15 bats. He goes, oh, no, Yonder. He says, Ichiro only takes 4 bats. Ichiro doesn't break bats like you, Yonder. Ichiro's a 300 all-time leader in hits. And I said, you know what, Ichiro, you're the best in the business, bud. That's why you only take 4 or 5 bats with you on the road. I got to take 12 or 15 of them.
Did he refer to himself in the third person, Ricky
he did.
Anderson style?
He did. He goes, Ichiro doesn't break no bats. That's Ichiro hits 300. I loved it. I said, okay, so you're basically telling me I am no bueno. Says, you got it, no bueno.
No, you're no Ichiro.
No Ichiro. He said, I know Ichiro. I'm un-Ichiro.
That's a good line right there on the screen, too. Eat your heart out. 14 seasons with the Bigs. Rookie of the Year, MVP. Last time the team made the postseason. The Gold Gloves, the 10-time All-Star selection. All-Star Game MVP. He did a lot. Fun, unique, legend in his home country. I don't want to look past the line from Brett, too. Someone's probably going to have their flight canceled and get to the weekend concert tonight and the Ichiro festivities this weekend. You know, someone's going to have their flight canceled. Someone's going to get there. And one of us also probably will land wherever we're supposed to land, and it'll go, so we don't have a gate. Not yet. I'm about 80% on my flights without a gate right now.
Yeah, I know.
I love flying.
Sam Hedges, the left-handed pitcher, 6'6". Totally different animal when we talk about Marco Gonzalez and the left-handed approach that he takes compared to Sam for the Guardians. And what I mean by that is, you know, Marco, he's more on the first base side. I know I mentioned it earlier in the game. He's on the first base side of the rubber. Now with Sam, he's more on the third base side of the rubber. And the reasons for that is to eliminate the right-handed slider approach. He likes to kind of dig that slider down and into the right-handed bats. And for lefties, they kind of have, I always enjoyed when the lefties, especially guys that throw hard like Sam, 97, 98, to be on the third base side. I always felt like I can see the baseball more. I think for me, when it comes to Sam, it's about eliminating right-handers. And for me, it's the more you're on the right side or the third base side of the mound, the harder it is to pick up the slider off a righty. Now for a lefty, it's a different visual. It's more of a fastball. Slider, that's a way you let it go, but for a fastball, you're kind of more all over it. The big lefties that throw hard are usually more on the third base side of the mound. As you can see, most foul balls from a righty are going to be towards the left side. They're not going to be towards the right side because he wants to pound those righties in. And for lefties, it's more of the opposite. You got to look for the ball out over and make sure you're on top of that fastball at 97, 98 miles an hour.
The switch hitter Santana making him work. Scoreless inning streak. Cleveland has 3 members on this list right now. All 4. Ten pitches. Santana works a walk to lead off the home 7th. It's like having a leadoff hitter in the 7 hole. Adam Frazier, and a pinch runner too.
Look for Adam Frazier to be all over this fastball if he throws that first pitch heater. Look for him to use that hole on first base. It's a wide open hole.
Watch out for Sam Haggerty.
Well, watch out for him. He'll make something happen. What was it that Scott Service says? Hey, just go make something happen. Make plays. He'll make plays now. He is looking to do one thing and one thing only, and that's scoring.
He's dealing with a deltoid issues. Missed the last few games out of the starting lineup. He should be back in there tomorrow or the next day, but he's good to go. It's a pinch runner.
If you're Sam right now, yeah, you sure don't want to forget about him at first base. He will be running. And I know Austin Hedges has a really good arm, but again, it's a lefty hitting. It might kind of block away that visual if he takes off.
Fans are like, get off our guy. 19 for 21 in his career. 10 stolen bags this season.
See if he can peek right now on Austin Hedges' signs. Look at him peeking right there. That's how you take a sign right there. You take your lead and you're looking. You're peeking. You're peeking.
Frazier on the ground. There's one. Rosario fires to first for 2.
Big out right there by Sam. Big double play by the Guardians right there. Just how you turn it up. You got 2 fast guys running and Frazier hitting it and Haggerty on the bases. Just a well-turned double play. This is how you teach it in spring training, guys. Good feet to second, to short, and to first. Killer for a rally if you're the Mariners. The double play ball with no outs. Sam loves it.
Cal Raleigh 0 for 2. It's good, clean baseball you'll see this weekend, though. I mean, these teams, they've got it going. Defense, base running. Elite bullpens.
That is filthy. A hammer for a curveball right there. Unexpected. Usually Sam is more of a fastball slider. Absolutely buckled. They buckle me from up here.
Raleigh switch hitter from the right side now against Henches.
Okay.
Most of his damage.
Kids, if you're watching right now, this is exactly how you block a ball right there with 2 strikes. You're Chin goes straight down to where his nickname is at, and Hedges right there. Knees go straight down, and you block it, and you stay nice and soft. Good block right there by Hedges.
Swing and a miss. That's it for the 7th. Hedges with a double play and a strikeout to get through it. Will his team wake up offensively? Let's hit the 8th. Hey fans, as you know, it's a global audience here on YouTube every week for free. So where are you calling in from? Where are you checking in from? Where are you watching this game? Drop your location and time of day into the live chat right now. We'll shout out a few of you. The global roll call. Love the map. New tradition here last few weeks. Where are you watching and what time is it? And please, no military time, because I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what, I mean, I do, but it takes me a second, you know, like 21:31. I can't do it like that. What is that? Anyway, Matt Brash, serious swing and miss stuff taking over after Swanson.
His go-to stuff is that slider. 45% on sliders and whiff rates in August. This is going to be exceptional. 96, 97 mile an hour fastballs. Obviously with that slider, 86, 88 miles an hour. Watch out, guys. This is what we call the bomberos and the firefighters. This is Matt Brash as a firefighter coming in the top of the 8th.
Control issues as a starter at the beginning of the season, and he's got it going as a reliever.
Last outing against Oakland, 1 inning pitch, 2 hits, 1 punchy. Power stuff coming right at you.
8, 9, and 1. Up for Cleveland. Pinch hitter Richie Palacios. Tito Francona trying to get a spark here. There's a slider usage from Seattle. That's passed and going to die down into an infield hit for Palacios. Does his job, knows how to make contact. And Brash couldn't handle it. Leadoff man on for Cleveland. Hey.
Yeah, this is just the first instincts right there. I mean, if he lets that ball go, Crawford is right behind him. But, you know, for an instincts of a pitcher, you see that ball coming at you. First thing, to try to get it.
Now it's Will Benson.
It just feels like Brash, you know, at times he can get a little bit wild. And you can tell with the Guardians in that dugout, they can kind of feel that, hey, if this is our chance, it's this inning right now.
This team's been chasing a little more than we're used to seeing. Earlier today against Marco Gonzalez.
You know, Marco did a great job of throwing pitches that looked like strikes and were balls off the zone. For a guy like Brash right now, everything that he's thrown has been balls off the hand. And as we can see, Andres Munoz is getting ready to get going. I think Scott Service is realizing that after just a few pitches. Hey, let's not let this get away from us right now. We have a win. We understand our record. If we have the lead past the 7th inning, we got to put a stopper right away and not let this team kind of get ahead of themselves.
They're not giving him the green light here either.
Nope.
9-hitter, 3 misses. Pulls back on a bunt. And it's strike 1 down the pike. There's 2.
This is the reason why Matt Brash is so special, right? You can't find it, and all of a sudden you're dotting 98-mile-an-hour fastballs down and in, down and away. You understand you got that good slider. Look for him to continue with that fastball 98. He's thrown it twice already to Benson, and he hasn't offered at it. I'm going with a heater right here. Mano a mano.
That's a challenge pitch.
Yeah, I love what Matt Brash did after he threw it. He kind of looked at him and let him know, hey, I'm coming with it. Benson looked right at him afterwards. This is a nice little battle going on right here, especially in this type of situation. 3-1 ball game, top of 8th. They're smelling something. Typical shake to a heater.
Just weak jammer. Suarez. 1 away in the 8th.
What a challenge right there.
What a recovery from 3-0.
Unbelievable right there. This is letting you know I'm done fooling around. I'm coming right after you. Mano a mano, heater. He went to the shake. That's just a shake to kind of get Benson moving a little bit. Got him a little late. And you understand the ride that Matt Brash has, right? I mean, you got that 98 ride. You kind of certainly want to think about hitting the top half of the baseball, because if not, you're going to do just that right there. Pop it up to an infielder.
99 to Kwan. Steven doubled in the first, ended up scoring on the fielder's choice. Ramirez driving home the only run so far for Cleveland.
Good chance for a slider right here. See if he gets back on it.
That infield hit for Palacios was the first for Cleveland since the 2nd inning. A Hedges single. He's in the zone now.
If you're Palacios, anything on the ground, you got to have a good secondary and go.
Oh.
It's a good block right there by Raleigh. Looking, if we can show that again, you can see his right knee, how he leads to that glove, and the glove goes first, the right knee goes, and his hips go with it. Just a good stop right there. Not much Palacios can do at first base.
Tough to produce Chase. That's a great stop. Kwan has more walks than strikeouts. It's good stuff from a rookie.
Ouch. Ouch.
Hey.
I always get hit like that, and I always think to myself, it's just going to hurt for 8 seconds.
Is that true?
It feels like it. But I'm lying. It'll hurt me forever.
What about the next day?
Oh, babe. Ouch. He goes, ouch. That's going to hurt today, tonight, tomorrow. Oh, he tried. He wanted to. Palacios wanted to right there. Kind of kicked off a little. How soft do you have to be able to get a slider at 90 miles an hour and stop it right there? I mean, that takes skills right there. That's why these catchers, they're so hard to find, and when you do find good ones, they stick around forever. It is an art to block a baseball, especially at that velocity. Certainly we have some of the best in our game right now.
He's putting on a clinic behind the plate. Kwan to left, and it's Winker for out number 2. Quick chat on the mound. Back to Winker.
I would think this is a situation right here where you know, if you have Munoz in the pen getting ready, you kind of tell him to slow down a little bit and get ready for that 9th potentially to close it out. But right now, kind of telling Brash, hey, give me everything you've got right here. 2 outs, facing Rosario, go right after him.
Sewald has pitched in back-to-back games, so you're not going to see him today. Most likely.
Most likely.
That's why it's Munoz. Ball one to Rosario.
Rosario is the guy you want to get out. You don't want to face Jose Ramirez right now with 101 RBIs with a man on first and second. It's kind of precision in moments like this where Jose Ramirez goes to work. Rosario right now also understands that and realizing, hey, if I'm going to go get him, it's got to be with a heater, especially right now 1-0.
Right side gets through. 2 on for Ramirez. Second hit this afternoon for Ahmed Rosario. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. Spraying the baseball all over the field. He leads MLB in infield hits. Plays a solid shortstop. He's having a great year. Look at the ground ball hits. 2 more. This is entering the day. So now 62 of them on the season. First man in scoring position for Cleveland since the first inning. So Scott Service says, bring in the ultimate swing and miss stuff. Maybe the best in the second half of the year.
The ultimate firefighter.
Andres Munoz. That's right. We'll show you how it looks coming up.
Back in Seattle, Andres Munoz finishing up his warm-up tosses. This was a young man who grew up in Mexico. At the age of 15, he was throwing 94 miles an hour. At the age of 16, he was signed. But guys, he was posed a question a couple of weeks back, and people wanted to know, what big league teams did you watch on television as a kid? Which pitchers, which players did you watch? He was, I couldn't watch TV. I wasn't able to get big league games. how he became a fan of pitchers was YouTube. That's how he watched highlights of his favorite pitchers and his favorite teams. So, Scott, you like to say we have a worldwide audience. And even before our games, it was YouTube that helped guys like Munoz discover what it was like to be a big-time pitcher.
Our home is impacting the game.
Amazing.
It's a great story.
Great story. Great stuff.
That's a question for me for years. Even before we started doing games on YouTube, I would ask guys, hey, who'd you watch on YouTube growing up? Especially internationally, if you couldn't catch a game, depending on where you're at. And by the way, for the global roll call, probably give those shout outs post-game. This game's too close right now. So stay tuned. Post-game show is going to be lit. Ramirez right now, 2 on, 2 outs in the 8th.
Situations like this, Jose Ramirez loves to get something he can pull. That's his bread and butter. Gets on top of the dish, looking for something middle inner third. That's his go-to right there, especially in situations like this, 2-0. You kind of want to use his aggressiveness, and if you're Munoz, you want to be right on top of him as well. But you see how he is right there on top of the dish. Most lefties do not stand that close to the plate. That's what he likes to do, and in certain situations like this, he's going to hunt.
Big cut and a miss. First strike from Munoz. Ramirez has a 981 OPS in high leverage situations this year. That's 4th best in baseball.
A 2-0 slider right there, very gutsy right there. You see Jose Ramirez out in front, usually a fastball count. Now it gets him in his head. Can he throw it again 2-1? We shall find out.
He connects. Foul ball. Hooked it.
Slider once again, a little bit out in front. Jose usually keeps those balls fair. This is where you like to see Jose look up in the zone. Big pitch right here. This is the pitch of the day right here.
And they're on their feet at T-Mobile. In ball in the live chat, because fastball fun to talk about, but it's the Munoz slider that is so nasty, fun to watch. They're buzzing about one of the better arms in baseball.
That was 102 miles an hour though, but Jose just kind of flicked it with his wrist. That's what he likes to do. He's got that slider in his head. I guarantee you right now, anything hung, he's going after it. Unbelievable how he can hit that pitch right there. 98% of the hitters right now in the game, if you throw him that slider, there's no way you make contact with it. That's Jose Ramirez. That's how special this guy is. He can continue the at-bat. That is a tough slider as he gets. He has it in the back of his head. I think that's why he was so late with that 102 fastball. He's thinking any slider right now, it's got to be up in the zone as well as the fastball. That's his go-to right now.
Slider City, see ya.
Not fair. Not fair.
Even to one of the best in the biz, Munoz gets the job done.
take a look again at this at-bat. I think this is the at-bat of the day right here. Jose Ramirez against Andres Munoz. Started him off with that slider. Goes back to that slider again. Is not really getting on top of it. And here's the pitch. That 2-0 slider right there really sets up the whole at-bat. Continues to throw him the 89-mile-an-hour slider. He tried to sneak the 102 fastball, and this is where the at-bat gets fun. Tries to fall off that tough slider and throws him the nastiest slider of the at-bat at 91 miles an hour. Clearly just not fair right there, Scotty B. Unbelievable. You can tell in Jose Ramirez's head right there in his face saying, wow, that was just nasty and unfair.
He's shaking his head. You can see it. Carrying that onto the field. Eli Morgan taking over in the Mariners half of the 8th. You're good, Yonder. That's good stuff. New battery made too. Luke Mailey behind the dish. They had Palacios as the pinch hitter for Hedges. It worked. He reached. In fact, 2 getting on for Cleveland, but you can't ask for anything more. Your superstar Jose Ramirez with a shot. It's just that Mariners bullpen will overpower you, even with the slider, which is a pitch they use more than anyone.
Yeah, I mean, there's no secret to their success, right? Leading after the 8th inning, they're 38-17. You understand the game gets kind of shortened for you.
No, entering the 8th if they have the lead.
If they have the lead.
50-0.
50-0.
Only undefeated team in baseball.
Unbelievable.
3 pitches, no problem. Eli Morgan punching a ticket. This is exactly how the Mariners won 90 games last year. Tight ball games, bullpen, clutch hits, solid defense, rinse and repeat, and you'd be on your way to the playoffs this year.
I like that. Rinse and repeat.
I use that line probably too much. I haven't used it actually that frequently on air here, but I use it in normal life all the time. You can take it with you.
Yeah, I will do that.
Rodriguez walked and scored in the first.
Oh.
All of the scoring in the opening frame. And then pitching dominance.
Eli Morgan right there. Right on right changeup. Probably his best pitch if I had to pick a pitch. I know his 4-seam is a pretty good one, but I love when he throws that changeup. Loves to throw it to right-handers and left-handers.
Julio with a look back to Ramon de Jesus. You sure?
Good pitch. Oh. It's a good chance to throw that changeup again. Kind of down and away type. I feel like that's his best pitch.
Oh. He's showing Julio everything. Everything he's got.
Usually with a guy like this, Morgan, 4-seamer, changeup, slider, curve, cutter. He doesn't have that 97, that 98 mile an hour. He relies solely on movement and control. You see Julio right there trying to make that adjustment. Understanding is, 93, 94 right there. But you got to use the other side of the field because you're respecting that changeup. You're respecting that cutter, that curveball as well. Look at him kind of dive. See that left foot completely diving towards the plate. He's not really respecting the fact that Morgan can come in on him. His eyes are completely away from the plate.
Up the middle, but they're playing him that way. Jimenez with the longer throw from second. 2 outs in the 8th. Suit up this summer at MLBshop.com. Yeah, like that guy. Check out the largest selection of authentic caps, t-shirts, collectibles, and more. Outfit the whole family with your favorite team's gear at MLBshop.com. And bring your friends to the one spot with all of your favorite free MLB games. Play the hits with Beat the Streak, Quick Pick, and more. Visit MLB.com/play and download MLB Play today. Great work from Marco Gonzalez. Working up a sweat. Holding the Guardians to 1 run. Same story in the 8th. Jesse Winker time.
Jesse Winker 1 for 3 today, but I've really liked his at-bat so far today. He's gotten good pitches to hit. Really hasn't, like we know, doesn't really go out of the strike zone. Started off with a nice line drive up the middle and has missed a few pitches, but solely has had quality at-bats. And this at-bat, once again, is turning again to a quality at-bat. You know, you wonder and you look at him, right, and you say, man, why is he hitting second? It's because of things like this. He'll work a count. He'll make sure he gets a good pitch to hit, and if you hang it, he'll bang it. This is where Morgan really relies on that 3-1 changeup. It's a pitch that he loves to throw, especially in counts like this.
It's full.
Hitter.
Sunshiny Thursday at the ballpark. Do you think some people are doing the doubleheader ball game then across to Lumen Field for the concert? Someone's having a day.
I know you would.
The guy next to me. But that's work. You'll have some fun though. Ball 4. 2-out walk worked by Jesse Winker. You didn't think we were going to go a whole game without a Winker walk, did you?
No chance.
Last couple seasons. Yeah, the power's down, although he's really picked it up lately. Last year, career season, all-star, 949 OPS. Joey Votto, his mentor, was so proud of what he put together. And then Winker and Suarez traded over to Seattle. By the way, Jake Fraley moved to Cincinnati in that deal. He is having a month. Fraley is, I got the line, last 20 games since he came off the injured list, 339, 6 homers, 14 RBIs. Dylan Moore, your pinch runner. It's nice to have Moore and Haggerty on the bench if you're Seattle.
It's going to be so important that this team gets into the postseason, where every pitch matters, every runner matters as well. You know, we've seen big stolen bases, right, in the history of postseasons.
Yeah, you need role players like
Dave Roberts, a guy who can go out and steal a bag for you.
Oh, you brought up the most epic one.
I mean, yeah.
Roberts with the swipe. Red Sox down 3-0.
Oh, beauty. First to third right here.
Outside. There you go, Haniger. And Moore with the speed. That's why you put him in. First to third. They're on the corners with 2 down in the 8th.
They're cooking right there. That's just Mitch Haniger, a pro of pros, continuing to come up clutch for the Seattle Mariners, understanding there was a huge shift. Doesn't have to do too much. This is like first round of BPs. Let the ball get in on you, get a little jam, stay through the baseball, and there's a hole. It's literally giving you a base hit. And then we're off and running. Just a professional hitter in Mitch Haniger. Hit a homer for a slider. Now he gets that fastball. Now we're cooking.
You know what he's looking for? A heavy trophy post-game.
Sure is.
First a dub, then a trophy. Strong player of the game candidate, Mitch Haniger. Let's go back to the jack.
It's a hanging curveball right there. Did not miss it. In situations like that, early in the count, 1-0, he understood what he wanted to do. If it's up in the zone, I'm going to work. If it's not, I let it go. Here we have another guy in Suarez who can definitely hit the long ball. Since 2018, he's led all major leaguers in home runs. I know he strikes out a ton, and I'm sure this is why the pitching visit was made. Understanding, like, hey, this guy is very aggressive. You can kind of get him to chase a little bit, but you got to be careful with mistakes. If you throw him anything out over up in the zone, he would hurt you big time. This game could turn 6-1 by one swing. This is also where you kind of take your odds right here. You have a guy like Jake Lamb who kind of came in for Ty France earlier in the game, and you know, when you look at Morgan, he's got a really good changeup. That's kind of his best pitch, and you pick and choose your battle, right? You kind of go after Suarez somewhat.
Good pitch.
Very good pitch right there. There's nobody in the pen right now getting up. This is solely Morgan's inning right here.
In 2019, Suarez hit 49 homers. Pulled foul, 2 strikes on him. Back on Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Boy, when he connects, it is simple, it is smooth, and it is short. He's always hit the homer ever since he got to the big leagues. He's always had that swing. And I think it's much better that he moved to third base. I know in Cincinnati he was at short, moved to third. He's played much better defense as well since being moved to third base.
2-2. You know, a big part of that trade with the Mariners and the Reds was Cincinnati unloading some salary with Suarez. Mariners are like, great, we'll take it.
Yep.
It's been great for them. It's durable as can be, plays every day. Saved them on defense yesterday at one point in the 5th. And you pick up 2 regulars in Suarez and Winker.
You know, and I think a lot was said where they wanted to have a power guy at third base. You know, having a guy for the past, 10, 12 years in Seager doing those productive numbers that he brought up to the table, right? It was, you can count on it, 25 homers and 100 ribbies. It was a guaranteed for Seager, and I think they found their man right here in Suarez playing a really good defense, and boy, oh boy, 3-2, we got action. Everybody's running right now.
Hey. Kyle, retired.
Also great teammate. And Seager, phenomenal.
Could have kept playing.
Could have kept playing.
Contract finished, and he was like, I'm good. Call it. Consistent for Seattle for years. And they replace him with a somewhat similar player in terms of the profile of what you're getting on offense.
Four-seamer slider, that's been the case right now. Will he throw him that changeup? There it is. This is turning into a grind right now. If you're Morgan, you're kind of throwing him your best stuff, right? You've thrown him your fastball down and away. You've thrown him your slider, your curve, and you kind of gave him your best pitch right there. 3-2 changeup, where it's a really tough pitch to kind of lay off of. You can continue to go back to that changeup or just challenge him with something up in the zone, but then you're playing with fire.
Haniger moving, ball 4. They're loaded up.
And for Morgan, I think this is kind of the matchup you want, right? You want Lamb with Suarez, who was more of a, I'm going to pitch to my aggression. If he walks, it's okay. You know, he didn't go out of the zone, which is the way they wanted to attack him. Now you got the matchup. I know his base is loaded, kind of a sticky situation. He's thrown 25 pitches. But this is kind of the matchup you want. And if you're Tito, you feel okay with this matchup right here.
Righty-lefty.
I've always said, though, a good fastball down and away, brought to you in part by a good changeup after that, is probably the best pitch for a good righty against a lefty.
He fires a strike to Lamb to start the battle. He picked up 2 outs, then walked Winker, replaced by Moore. Haniger single.
It's a good time for a changeup.
Suarez.
Ooh.
More heat. Again? Or go for a chase pitch? He's not on
at this point, it's just been 2 fastballs. Continue to challenge him. I've never liked throwing fastballs, especially 0-2. As a hitter, you're kind of in protective mode right now. You rather get him to fish. A good slider down and in or a good changeup off away could get him to fish.
Hometown kid Jake Lamb, 2 strikes on him. 1-2. First day he showed up to the Mariners when he was picked up. Backwards hat.
Love it.
Honor Griffey. It's cool. Born in Seattle, attended UW. Ooh, tight.
I think everybody wanted that, including Tito. He's looking at him, saying, "Where was that?"
That was in there, I think. Ooh, just missed. I mean, definition of borderline.
Yep. I think right now, if I'm Lamb, I'm saying, okay, anything close, I gotta go. He won't forgive me this time. And if you're Morgan, you understand that too. Use the aggressiveness.
Got him.
There it is.
Gone fishing below the zone. They leave him loaded. And due up for Cleveland in the 9th. Last chance. Oscar Gonzalez, Josh Naylor, Mr. Clutch, and Andres Jimenez. We'll see if the Guardians have a comeback in them. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, on the epic story of Elvis Presley on digital. Scotty Braun, Yonder Alonso, Brett Dolan. And this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Winner! Show.
Pace of play.
That's why you're the voice.
It's a speed game. Let's get back to what's important.
Look at this.
Dancing with broccoli.
He's living.
We need to get him a coconut water, though.
Yeah.
He looks like he's running out of steam. We're in the 9th, though. We'll see if your squad can take it home here. Oscar Gonzalez going after that first heater from Munoz. Picked up a huge out in the 8th. 2 outs, 2 on. Struck out Jose Ramirez and preserved the 3-1 edge. That's 2. That slider's stupid. %52% whiff rate on the slider. More than half the time, you're swinging and missing. Oscar Gonzalez, a rookie, he's like, I didn't see that in the minor leagues.
This is the situation, though, with Oscar Gonzalez, the maturity, right? 0-2 right now. Throw him another slider. They didn't really try to do too much. Trying to make a little contact, be a tough out.
Well,
those are at-bats that later on in the postseason or later on in big games in September, they're going to propel you into winning ball games. That's the maturity. Chris Valleca, the hitting coach for the Guardians, talked about being simplified. You know, especially these young hitters, not spending so much time in the computer room or in the iPad, but yet watching the scoreboard and watching the game right in front of you.
Nope. No chance.
No chance. Just filthy. Absolutely gross when it comes to Munoz. Wasn't really fooling around. All sliders for Gonzalez right there. There's not much you can do but learn.
2 batters faced, 2 punch outs.
Little different situation here with Naylor. Loves to hit the breaking ball. Will we see more of a challenge in the fastball department? Nope.
Oh, wow. You know, that trade with the Padres looking better and better. It's like, we'll send you Austin Nola. We'll take Luis Torrens, Taylor Trammell, Ty France, Andres Munoz, and some broccoli. Winning.
Winning.
And he's got Naylor in an 0-2 hole. I mean, after you get through Ramirez in that situation in the 8th, probably dreaming of being a future closer too. Sewald's mostly the guy right now, and you're loving this. You're feeling it.
Oh. You know, this has been exceptional pitching by both sides,
yes.
Right? This is what you see in the postseason. Big games like this, this is exactly what you're going to see. One pitch in the first inning.
Boom. And another. Since last Tuesday, Munoz has struck out 9 of the last 11 he's faced, including 3 for 3 so far today. One more and it's done. Tough customer, Andres Jimenez.
All they need is one guy on.
Got to catch up to heat and worry about the slider.
100 miles an hour up in the zone right there. Will that be the only fastball Jimenez gets? If I had to bet, the slider's been exceptional.
Did he go? Yes. Alfonso Marquez, crew chief, over at third.
I wouldn't mind seeing your best stuff right here for Munoz. Just let it eat right now. 101 or 102 miles an hour and see what you've got. Your 0-2. If he hits it out, it's just a 3-2 ball game. It's not going to kill you. They're not going to win in that sense right now. Give him everything you got, but if you want that punchy, the slider's the pitch.
That was. It's exactly what it was. Slider, challenge. Little piece.
So amazed by the hitters in this day and age right now. Fouling off a nasty 92 mile an hour slider. Just remarkable. You're Jimenez. You want to see the slider up in the zone. I think it's time for that heater. if I'm Munoz.
He started him off that way. Up the middle, and Suarez will end it. Game over. What a complete dub for the Mariners. 3-1 your final score. M's improved to 68-57 on the season. They dropped Cleveland to 66-57. What a pitching performance from the Mariners staff. So let's open up the poll. Help us, please. Today's YouTube player of the game is. Some are probably like, hey, hook us up with Munoz. But is it Mitch Haniger or Marco Gonzalez? While they're dancing, you vote. We'll show the results. We'll hand out the trophy. Let's hit the post game. Game show is presented by the Warner Brothers movie Elvis, and the Mariners take down the Guardians, holding them to just one run, which they scored in the top half of the first inning. Here's last out. Not that close. And Lamb stays on the bag, and it's a done deal. Lamb into the game earlier for Ty France, who has a right calf bruise. Good day for the Mariners to start a tough series against the Cleveland Ball Club that just took a little 2-game sweep against San Diego. And I mean, I don't want to say tired, but it's tough to face the kind of heat late in that Mariners bullpen. And they had to play a day game in San Diego. I'm not going to draw up excuses, obviously, but day game in San Diego, and then they fly here to Seattle, and they have to face pitching like that.
Never fun.
Forget about it.
No, never fun. But hey, this is why you play the game, right? These are games that you're going to have to win. These are games in August that are very important, especially for the Mariners right now and the Guardians. They're they're clawing their way into the postseason. But listen, just an incredible game. I think these are games that you're going to see come late September, and as well as that first round wild card, if it's meant to be, where these two teams will face each other again.
And let's bring in Mitch Haniger joining us live for the post-game show. Mitch, congrats on the W. Actually, we'll get to your homer. Let me just start with how fun it is, or maybe boring because you don't have to do much, to watch Andres Munoz pick up the last 4 outs in this one. How incredible has he looked?
Yeah, he's electric, man. I mean, what a fastball and what a devastating slider. So, yeah, usually there's not too much action out there, but I'm always ready and love when that guy takes the ball.
Mitch, take me through that at-bat, man. That first at-bat right there, you got that hanging curveball. I know you were trying to do some damage. Definitely with runners in scoring position. Take me through that whole at-bat.
Yeah, he started me off with a slider right at the bottom, right at my knees, good pitch, and then missed with the slider, and then I got one a little bit up and recognized it well, put a good swing on it, just trying to stay in the middle of the field.
Mitch, last 25 games, man, 270, 7 homers, 17 RBIs. How much fun is it to be with the boys back again and doing your thing?
Awesome, man. Missed it. Been out for a while earlier this season, so always good to lace up the spikes and get back out there and help the team win. You know, that's the goal. We're trying to get to the playoffs and win a World Series, so, you know, happy to do my part and contribute to help us win games.
We have some hardware for you, Mitch, as we look back at what you did here. The homer in the first. Our YouTube player of the game wins the vote. Mitch Haniger with the 3-run shot in the first after Julio and Jesse reach. Yeah, a little dance in the dugout, and the trophy's coming your way too. Do you
Awesome.
have it? There
Thank
it
you,
is.
guys.
There you go. Hey, he hits the weight room hard. So
pretty heavy.
No big deal, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Hey, Mitch, who watched more video back in the day? Mitch Haniger or Yonder Alonso? Who logged more hours? That's a good matchup right there.
I think we both logged a lot of hours. So, yeah, preparation's key. So definitely learn from guys like him and Nelson Cruz, Robbie Cano, bunch of veterans that first year here in Seattle. And, yeah, really blessed and grateful to learn from really good professional players.
Mitch, one of the things you would always talk about is the fan base, especially when we played together. But it just feels like this year, man, the fan base is really behind you. Everybody really wants to contribute, and they feel like this is the year. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. I think it started last year. You know, we had that team chemistry, rolled it over into this year. A lot of a lot of the same faces showing up in spring training this year. You know, it felt different as years passed. You know, and before we had kind of a lot of roster churn, and this year showing up with all the boys and seeing familiar faces meant a big difference. And man, the city of Seattle has been unbelievable towards me, my family, and our team. Last year, that playoff run was epic. I'll never forget it. Unfortunately, we finished a couple games short, and the goal this year, make the playoffs, win the World Series.
I always talk about this, Mitch. You're the heart and soul of that team, man. Keep going,
Appreciate
buddy.
It. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch, and congrats on winning the little trophy there for you. Not little, heavy trophy.
Yeah, heavy, yeah. Do some curls with it.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
Exactly. Thank you, Mitch. I was looking for that answer for a long time.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
You too. Do some curls with that.
Right now.
Yeah, in the clubhouse. It's a good celebration.
He's a hard worker.
Piece. Yeah, 63%. He wins it easy. And so does his ball club. So let's StatCast it. Powered by Google Cloud. Good for 3 runs. Oof. It's the first-person view. 390 feet to left center. Oh, look at that.
Winker was pumped.
Winker. The digital Winker still with a ton of flair. Haniger, come on down and take a trophy with you, too, at T-Mobile Park. Just gorgeous day for a ball game. If you skipped work and you watched it here, you had some fun. If you're a Mariners fan, they win it. We have so much more to cover here. More interviews, more mic'd up sound from the game, and your highlights along the way. Four-game set between the Guardians and Mariners. It began this afternoon, and it looked like this. Rips one into right. He's in business, and he's heading for 2. Stephen Kwan with a leadoff double.
Oh, that's trouble.
Left side. We'll see if it stays fair. It is like a swing and bunt. That is a fair ball. Base knock. Kwan to third. They're on the corners. And he rips one right side. This could be 2. Crawford swings around. His throw is off the mark. A collision. Kwan does score. And Ramirez is safe at first. France goes down. It's 1-0 Cleveland. We'll make sure everyone's okay here. Up the middle. Base hit. 2 aboard to start the home first for Seattle. And that's ripped. Left center. Heading back to the track is Kwan, and it's gone. Mitch Haniger powers up in the first. It's 3-1 Seattle.
We know. Beats Ohio.
Okay, so Jake Lamb is in for Ty France, and we're going to show you why. Multiple collisions already in this one. Jose Ramirez clipping the leg. And then Will Benson also over the ankle there, yonder?
Yeah, right ankle. I think that's where he took the first collision, and then obviously the second collision. We see Ty France not very happy right there. Miller strikes out.
Benson down on strike. Swing and a miss. Gonzalez's third K as he gets through the fifth again, sitting down 3 in a row. 3 straight perfect innings from Marco. J.P. Crawford solidly struck, and that gets past short. Rosario couldn't handle the hot shot, and it's a 1-out single for J.P. And he sends one to left center, but there is Kwan. He's swinging for right. Oscar Gonzalez all over it. Melee's off. That's a 2-out walk for Ramirez to try and set the table for the offense and wake him up a bit.
Big pitch right here. Biggest pitch of the night. Of the day.
Got him. In the zone, Gonzalez with his 4th K. Haniger, strong contact, closing fast as Benson, and he's got it.
Wow, what a
check
play.
If it was a trap. Glove down, great play by Benson, getting a start in center field today.
Talk about first step. Look at his first step right here. Boom, ball is hit, he's gone. He's got a beat on it. He understands he's got to dive for it. You think he would play it safe? No. He's going all out.
This is us in real life, taking you through the 7th. Josh Naylor. J.P. Crawford. Glove, please. Thank you. I love that.
Go Glover.
To the 8th. It's a 3-run contest. Los Bomberos. Matt Brash against Ahmed Rosario. Uh-oh. 2 on for Cleveland. Scott Service is like, Munoz, put this fire out. 2 on, 2 outs. Jose Ramirez. Just an epic battle, which we'll go over again in a moment. And Munoz wins it, and then he's just all full of steam heading into the 9th. But first, last of the 8th, they're loaded up. Jake Lamb. Credit to Eli Morgan. Picks up the K, gives his team a shot heading into the 9th. But not really that much of a shot when Munoz has his slider working. Jimenez, bouncer, Suarez, done. A perfect 9th for Munoz and a 4-out save. Sewald was down because he's pitched the last 2. They wanted to give him a break. And your game summary, Mariners 3-1 winners over the Guardians. Tristan McKenzie recovered really well, but Marco Gonzalez outshined him. 6 innings, 1 run, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. But by far, matchup of the game, Scotty Brown, Yonder Alonso, was that Jose Ramirez, Andres Munoz battle, and Munoz got the best of him.
Yeah, I felt like, the matchup in itself was incredible. I think all game they understood that this was going to be the matchup of the game. And it starts off with that slider. Nice little slider, 87 miles an hour. Now he tries to go back to it again at 88. And this is the pitch, the fastball right now. He tries to get him to hook on that 2-0 slider. But before that, after that 2-0 slider is that fastball up that he kind of misses. And then he goes to work. Munoz understands that. He feels it and he sees, hey, I can't get a fastball past Jose Ramirez. We're going to go slider heavy on him. And right here, Jose Ramirez understood that. But boy, oh boy, 91-mile-an-hour sliders right there for Jose Ramirez. That's the fastest slider he has thrown today. Just exceptional and absolutely grows when it comes to facing that type of stuff.
Yeah, and the defense was on point today, too, as we kick it over to Brett. J.P. Crawford shined with the glove, as usual, Brett.
Yeah, he certainly did. This Mariners win felt a lot like what they have been doing, right? Pitching, good defense, good bullpen. But J.P. Crawford had one of the 4 hits today, also had a good play behind Marco Gonzalez. But I wanted to know if this game had just a little bit of a postseason type feel.
Oh, yeah. Every game matters down here in this last stretch. So, yeah, every game matters right now.
You guys are so good pitching and defense and finding a way. Today seemed like a pretty good example of that as well. Marco Gonzalez gave you 6 strong innings.
Oh, yeah, Marco was working today. He was getting on the mound. He had great tempo today, and, he was on the rubber just ready to go from pitch 1. And, we got a couple runners on that inning, and Hanny, so happy to have him back. Hits that clutch 3-run homer, and smooth sails from there.
You had one defensive play behind Gonzalez, but it was a good one. You got your money's worth. Take me through the shift and the glove flip and the dive.
don't really know what to say with that one. Just trying to get the guy out. And, you don't really think about crazy plays like that. You just go ahead and do it. You just react. So nothing, I don't know.
I'm sure you guys hear all the time about the playoff route, yet this team is building something special. How much fun would it be to give these fans a trip to the postseason?
Oh, yeah. It'll be really fun. It'll be legendary, I think. We've been talking about it, me, Marco, and Mitch, for a couple years now. And, I think we finally have the team to do it. And I think we just got to stay healthy and keep playing our game down here in this last stretch. You signed the big contract extension back in April. How much fun is it personally to know that you're going to be here for a while and could be a part of a nice, long, sustained run? Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely takes a lot of pressure away and just going out there and having fun again. And it's really great. It's a blessing. Finally, I'd ask you about the vibe of the clubhouse, but we saw the boombox when we were here last. I know Julio has to trek it around. How is he doing so far? Can you grade him on how well he's able to transport this around the country? Yeah, we kind of switched it up now. That thing's heavy, and he's done. He paid his dues, so we made someone else get on it. But he did a really good job. Yeah, you got to keep him healthy, right? Yes, sir. We got to keep him down this stretch. Hey, congratulations on the win. Thank you, sir. That's J.P. Crawford. Yeah, J.P. Crawford certainly is a fun personality. Now, work with me for just a second. Next year in 2023, the Mariners' season opener, home opener, will be against Cleveland right here. Then the Guardians' home opener will be against the Mariners. But, guys, it's going to be 6 of these next 9 games head-to-head that could determine if one or both are in the postseason or maybe if they play each other. And it is going to be so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I love this, Brett. Great call. Also next year, this is the All-Star City. Game's going to be here. Home of the Mariners, victorious this afternoon. And that's where you go after the game. Chill along the water. 3-1, M's take it. And we've got so much more to cover, including a mic'd up Stephen Kwan. Back on the postgame show, and Ty France went down in this one. Calf issue for him. There were multiple collisions at first base early on in this game. Yonder, as our former first baseman, take us through what happened here and why Ty is in the clubhouse right now, probably getting some treatment.
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation right there. I think both plays were a little different, but yet Ty France got both plays in the same area of injured. It was just an unfortunate event. I think it was just such a fast play event. But again, I think with these new rules of the bases that are happening right now, it's going to be much better moving forward. When we look at it, it's just a much bigger bag. You're going to give more space to all these guys. People don't realize how fast the game is moving right now, where these guys are running at a 3.8, 3.7 down the line speed. Things are happening fast, and at times you lose target of where you want to touch that bag at. But I'm happy that they will make an adjustment, and I'm also very happy that Ty France just suffered a little setback there with a bruising, so he'll be just fine.
Yeah, and so that bigger base, it's not here yet. It's down in the minors in certain spots, but multiple ways that it can be helpful in the future. Also, just remember this. Like, the bases 100 years ago, dudes were smaller. Everyone's huge now. There's bigger dudes on the field.
And faster.
So it makes sense. Safety first, too. We want the best players on the field as much as possible. Stephen Kwan on the field today was mic'd up for us. What did it sound like?
They got me bugged. I took a plea deal.
I'm not talking yet.
Thank you, Augie. Appreciate it.
hi to my mom.
You want to say hi?
Hi, Mom.
I took a plea deal, brother. They got me down bad.
Who did it? MLB Network?
YouTube TV. Hey! Hey, Will! No, hey! Me! Talk! Talk to me! I'm telling Will, I'm like, yo, like, son, talk to me. He's like, I'm good. I'm like, I need help. I need help. I got it! What's that? Yeah, I got in the sun a little bit. But... Huh? Okay, got you. Oh, good to see you. I got it!
Near here.
And we have a tie game in 3, 2, 1.
Perfect.
Hey, I see ya! Atta baby.
Bro, even on a foul ball, that's the most impressive thing in the world. 5 sliders. Haven't seen a fastball.
My last one was a fastball.
102. Well, yeah, 5 sliders.
I mean, that's basically what we were saying when Munoz was on the mound, just shutting down the Cleveland Guardians late. And thanks to Stephen Kwan for that mic'd up content for us all day. A lot of action in the outfield too, right?
Yeah, it's funny when you talk to somebody about, hey, what's the easiest position in the big leagues? There is none. All of them are very difficult. Left field, center field, right field. The infield is incredible. Catching and pitching, unreal. Great stuff by himself.
Maybe this position?
Maybe.
You get to watch, you get to spend teams' money because it's not yours, when you're making trades, the whole deal. Let's do our global roll call because we called you out. You gave us where you're from and what time it's at where you're at. Does that make sense? But it was a tight game, so I didn't have time during it. So, beach ball in Alaska. Let's see who else we had. Gaming, YT, Ohio, Juan in Spain. We had Peter in Chad, Africa. Greetings from Puerto Rico.
Great
from
stuff.
Jorge. Yeah, some great check-in from the UK, Emilio in Ireland. I mean, this is basically where Yonder was on a cruise this past summer. Federico in Italy. Yeah,
that's
some
just
good
wrong.
spots here. And then, of course, many watching from Washington. Oh, one from Washington, living now in Malta, past midnight there. Cool. Preston, we see you. We hear you. And now, curious creators, what do you want to know? We're answering it right now if we didn't get to your questions during the game. Jeff, is Marco Gonzalez among one of the best left-handed pitchers in the American League?
Well, if we look at today, I think he was exceptional. You talk about the usage of pitches that he was doing today. He had everybody off balance. He used his fastball in spotty counts. He had that curveball. But for me, it was that changeup and cutter action. When he was doing those things and he was getting ahead of hitters, it didn't matter if it was a lefty or a righty. You were going to get the ground balls. We saw 7 of them. He was exceptional today. I wouldn't go as far as being the best in the American League, but certainly today he was very big for the Seattle Mariners.
I've got names. Framber Valdez. Shane McClanahan should take the top spot this year. Robbie Ray on his own team. Cy Young winner last year, but maybe top 10.
There's a lot of them,
top
but certainly
15.
today he was really, really good.
Yeah, let's go to Dave, will the Guardians regret not making moves at the deadline?
No, I don't think so. I think they're okay. I think they feel like they can win right now with these guys. Sometimes, guys, the best move is not making a move. And I feel like if you kind of get away from that long goal, that long goal criteria of what you want to do in an organization, at times a young team like this is best to learn from your mistakes. And I certainly feel like if they don't even get to the postseason this year, or if they do, it will be a huge jump off and learning process for the future of this team. I think they're in great hands with Tito, and I just think think they're in great hand in general with their organization.
Will it hurt them for making the playoffs? Maybe not, but I think it'll hurt them in the postseason. I just think there's not enough firepower in that offense. I love the complexion of the offense. They put the pressure on. It's up-tempo, so I'll disagree with you on that just for the playoffs.
Right.
They make contact. That's all cool, but the intimidating threats, there aren't many of them.
But
even for Ramirez.
I will say this, Scotty.
What?
Do you think going into this season they thought they were going to be a postseason team?
No, I don't think
so I
most
think
people had
for them, this is a win.
Sure.
Right? If they already get to the postseason, I think looking ahead, looking at the future of this, obviously you want to get deep into the postseason, but even just getting there, I think for them, in an organizational standpoint, they're going to go back and sit back and say, wow, you know, we didn't realize that we had this type of club right now. I think it's only going to propel us to make us better for the future.
Okay, let's move on to Mike. Is McKenzie the best young pitcher in the league? A lot of best questions. Best young pitcher? Like, again, I'm going to someone like McClanahan, who might win a Cy Young this year. McKenzie's great. Not nearly as good as last time around. He had to battle through his stuff not being as sharp.
Yeah, but, you know, a good pitcher like that, sometimes when you don't have your best stuff, you still can go out there and give a winning chance to your team, and that's certainly what he did. And we understood early on, he didn't have that fastball. He found it later on. Surely he had that curveball and slider, but at times, when you look at a pitcher like that, who I think he can be considered as an ace, he may not have his best stuff, but he still competed and gave a chance to win.
Alec Manoah is a great name. Spencer Strider with the Atlanta
Justin
Braves.
Verlander. I mean, there's the young guys. Well,
Verlander's the opposite.
But I just feel like he's getting younger and younger, right?
Well, he's Benjamin Button. That's why. Like you. These teams play 7 times the next 11 days. Michael says, who's better? Like, which team do you think is better, the Mariners or the Guardians? Want me to go first?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll find out in 11 days.
Yeah, we will find out to an extent. But also, I do think the Mariners are a little bit more of a complete ball club and a little more dangerous in the playoffs. I think there's more pop in their offense. I think the bullpen is just as good as Cleveland's. And I think there's more top of the rotation starting pitching in my mind too, with Seattle.
I think you hit it right on the button right there. Luis Castillo, he's going to be a huge factor. I think that bullpen, when you talk about the postseason, the games get a lot shorter. You need to rely on velocity. I also think on the offensive side, they have the power to do that, and they also have really good depth. Listen, look out for the Seattle Mariners. I think they're going to be really special.
Yeah, so that's our answer now. But then ask us again in like 11
it could
days.
change.
Stephen Kwan, the AL Rookie of the Year from Tristan. There was a good battle in the YouTube game commentary section where some were like Kwan and then some were like, no, Julio Rodriguez. And Mariners fans were really solid about that. They're like, no.
Yeah.
Julio Rodriguez is a 2020 guy. He is already a star player. He's sensational in the outfield and on the bases. So let's just rack up some comparisons here. This was entering today numbers-wise. Julio, Bobby Witt Jr. also coming on strong down the stretch.
Yeah, I think the only thing that hurts Bobby Witt Jr. is the ability to get into the postseason. Look out for Adley Rutschman. He's coming in hot. Stephen Kwan, we know what he can do, but man, oh man, Julio Rodriguez, it feels like he's just getting better and better and better. Look out for Adley Rutschman and Julio Rodriguez. I think those two, when it's all said and done, they're going to have a huge factor in this American League Rookie of the Year.
And Julio Rodriguez played about 30 more games than Adley Rutschman, so you get the edge there. Also, do you care? You care if the team... It's not MVP, which is another battle also if you care about the record, but do you care about if the team's good?
Yeah, I think for me, when you look at the stress level, right, of a guy like Adley Rutschman or a guy like Julio Rodriguez or a guy like Bobby Witt, it's completely different, right? These guys are playing right now for every game matters. I'm not saying that's not the question for Bobby Witt, but they're relying so heavy on today, tomorrow, and next year. For them, it's about winning right now and getting into that postseason. Maybe for a team or an organization like Bobby Witt, it's about not only now, but progressing into the later years when I think they're going to be a reckon with. But for Julio Rodriguez and Adley Rutschman, they're in the middle of the situation of getting into the postseason. It is a different baseball.
We see Bobby Witt next week, too. Royals taking on the White Sox. Royals trying to play spoiler against the White Sox team that has just not been themselves this year. Steven says, will J-Rod end up as a Mariners legend like Ichiro? I don't know if he's going to... I mean, he's a very different player.
It is so difficult, right?
Only year one.
Yeah.
I think he is amazing. I'd buy the baseball card right now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got a humongous chance. If there is a chance in any player here for the Mariners, I think Julio Rodriguez definitely can do that. But my, oh my, when you look at Ichiro and what he did here in Seattle, it is as special as it gets. First ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, it's very hard.
Yeah, J-Rod's squad, they show up big. They love him. He is loud. He is eccentric. He is super talented in every way. Last question, right? We have one more?
Yeah, one more.
Lastly, Luke, how does Kyle Lewis fit in this Mariners outfield when he returns. Isn't that amazing? Kyle Lewis, you go just a few years back, and you're like, this is one of the guys. Rookie of the year, he's going to be a big deal for this team for a while. He's battled injuries, got some chronic injuries that he has to get past. But, look back to 2019, you get a little taste, and it was good. And then in 2020, he wins Rookie of the Year in the American League in the shortened season. And then last year, numbers ticked down, didn't play much. And then this year, he's only played in 18 games. He's been rehabbing a lot. He spent some time in the minor leagues. Hasn't put it all together. And then now you're looking, where's the spot for him in the outfield, too? Because it's Julio, it's Haniger who's back, Winker's picking up steam. I don't know if there's a spot for him this year. If it is, it's definitely not as a starter.
Yeah, I think if anything, there's going to be spotty starts, right? Where they can go on a long run and they can give a guy off here and there at times, especially a guy like Mitch Haniger or a guy like Winker. So for me, it just comes down to athleticism. I think it's a great situation, a great problem to have if you're the Seattle Mariners, trying to pick up steam when need be and trying to put him in spots where he can propel and do his thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking more in the future. I mean, if they don't, which I know earmuffs for Mariners fans, but if they don't re-sign someone like Mitch Haniger, who's a free agent after the season, that's when someone like Lewis starts getting in the mix. They also have Jared Kelenic, who's super talented but has not been able to figure it out consistently in the big leagues.
You can sign Mitch and use these weapons to go get somebody else in the offseason.
That's true.
That's also a possibility.
Trade assets. Hey, 2 more for us. I'm kind of getting emotional. 2 more in Chicago, and then we call it a season on YouTube. White Sox taking on the Royals. That's next week, and that is Bobby Witt Jr., Jose Abreu, who's been great for Chicago. But, I mean, that's going to be a really interesting storyline. We're going to be talking about, and I know there's still a month of baseball left, but a White Sox team that can't fall too far back. So, good one there. And then we'll finish with the Reds and the Cubs. Back-to-back weeks with the Mariners, now back-to-back weeks in Chicago to end our summer tour. So we'll hit the south side of Chicago next week, and for that battle, pregame coverage on MLB's YouTube channel, 1:30 Eastern time for a 2 o'clock start on a Thursday. This was great. Sunshiny Thursday afternoon to start a Cleveland-Seattle series that'll continue throughout the weekend. Mariners take down the Guardians by a 3-1 final score. For Yonder Alonso, Brett Dolan, and the Superstar crew, I'm Scott Braun, logging out for now. See you soon, world.